hold on. I caught myself before you could say anything. Wah, 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 wah. Alrighty, the gremlin is back. Happy, uh, is it Monday yet? Happy Monday. Feliz lunes, as they say in the old country. The old country of, I am super, not gonna say that word. Oh, my wrist. Oh, my thumb. Whatever. Oh, man. That hurts. Anyway. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Monday. Mofongo Mondays. No, what? We haven't gotten there yet. Hey, let me finish my shtick, okay? Now that I even finished my shtick here. All right, Chad. You know what to do. We gotta get this chat hyped up for today. We gotta give them the big ooh-wah, Chad. The big ooh-wah. So if you're in chat, I demand you say ooh-wah. Only if you want to, of course. But let's give it a big ooh-wah for the gremlin. Look at her in awe. Hello, welcome in, everybody. God bless you. Hello. Oh, hail Celestium. Okay. We don't need that. We don't need that. No hailing nothing. only slurs. No, I'm kidding. I really gotta make that meme. Just yelling out slurs, you know? Of course, I'm not gonna yell out slurs. Anyway. Welcome in, my fellow beans. It is good to see ya. I was on vacation. Did you miss me? Even though I'm still a workaholic, even when I'm on a break. Horrible, but that's how it is around these parts. What's up, Bigot Barry? Good to see you, Maria. What's up? The sheep woman. If she has not been shouted out, please give a shout out to my friend. My good friend. The good old stinky sheep lady who's bald. Oh, man. Good stuff. Well, it's good to be back, my friends. I have been feeling a bit burnt out, as you can tell. And I absolutely needed a break, so I appreciate you. I appreciate you being patient. And because out of popular request by a few people, I will be muting notifications during just chatting streams. So I'll leave them up for now because we're still doing our little intro here. Well, really not intro, but anyway, past the intro. Yeah, it was a solid break. Hey, what's up, Discordia? Good to see you, man. God bless you. Is this when I can replace my body parts like Cyberpunk? Yeah, transhumanism, man. But it also bleeds into like other things too. I don't know. I forgot if Proto's gonna talk about it or not. But even actual like trans people, part of transhumanism, right? Trying to become something that you're not, but you really want to become, and doing anything by any means necessary to become that thing. So he'll be joining us closer to 6 o'clock. And I'm gonna do a quick I'm gonna probably go back to the intro screen while we make sure that technically everything's all good. So yeah, that'll be closer to 6 o'clock. So good stuff, man. Gonna be great. I'm really excited. And that is my alarm to clock out, but I will clock out in about 30 minutes. So good stuff. I'm back. And I almost said something else, but I'm gonna something about this break makes me want to be like more unhinged on stream. But I know the ops are watching. We can't be too crazy. We can't be too crazy what the ops are watching. So I'll try to simmer down before it gets a little insane here in my brain. So whew, I didn't go anywhere special. I didn't take any time off for my job. I've been wanting to go to the beach, but I feel like there's always just something happening when I want to go to the beach, you know? Also, thank you for the 1,000 bits, T-Test XT. I did see you took a break last week. Are you feeling any better? Well, I'll talk about that momentarily, because, oh my gosh, what a horrible start to the week last week. And Iron Tiger, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Can we continue this hype train? Chat? Where are the chatters? The honorable chat? No kidding. The honorable chatters are watching Kirsha somewhere on a screen in the Korsha land. Hey, Rayla, God bless you, sister. Good to see you. Thank you so much for your support, guys. So, I took a break last week and I just, like, I was not expecting to get sick. So, if you guys have been keeping up on Twitter, where I open my mouth, I'm almost like a V tweeter on Twitter. Um, my mom was hospitalized for 4th of July. I didn't know until the paramedics like came to her apartment and picked her up, but she happened to slip and fall in some water. She's okay now. She's been recovering for like the last week and a half. And I know she had like a fever, and it's the hospital. I've been stressed out. My immune system has been super stressed for like the last couple months. You guys know I've been getting sick a couple times. The last time I got sick, I had laryngitis and I couldn't stream for like 2 weeks, I think. Which was awful. And you know, I've just been getting sick, so I caught whatever she had. Someone else I know got me sick too, and I was just out for a couple days. It wasn't as bad because I think my immune system isn't as bad, but you know, I was sneezing, some coughing. I hate getting sick. I hate getting sick, but yeah, being stressed really doesn't help out. So if you're stressed, try to bring your stress down so you don't explode. Okay, so you don't get sick and explode like I did. But my mom is doing better. Thank you for your prayers. And I've been just trying to recover, so I haven't been able to see her because I didn't want to get her sick, and I also didn't want to get more sick. So, but she's doing recovery okay. It was pretty bad Saturday going into Sunday for her, but I do thank God that she is doing much better now. I'm also doing much better. Still kind of recovering, and I've been stressed since yesterday. I will probably talk about that in a future stream. As I mentioned on Twitter, there is just a lot of crazy stuff going on in my personal life, and I don't want to make a sad story out of the stream. I just got back today, but that will be something that I will, without going into too much detail, obviously, I'll be talking about that in a future stream. Probably won't be this week. I really don't want to. I don't want my first week back to be like a downer, you know. So gonna try to keep it chill. Otherwise, I'm doing pretty good, and I'm glad to be back. I miss you guys a lot. I love streaming. I love spending time with you all. Yo, my beans and my friends. Thank you, Nostrum, for resubscribing with Prime. Appreciate you. God bless you. And also been trying to support my friends in the background as well. So a lot of stuff just going on in my personal life and the personal life of others. So, woo, Gremlin's got a tank again. So that's all good. That's all good. And yeah. Besides that, just mostly chilling. And I did want to announce, and you guys probably got to see him in the chat tonight. Right? Is it? I guess it's 5:34, so evening, whatever. I officially have somebody else helping me with my channel, much more involved. He knows a lot of YouTube stuff. His name is Lalas, who I have to give a role to very quickly here on Twitch, so you guys can see him, and he gets that cute little cute little editor badge. But his name is Lalas. He reached out, I think. Actually, no, he posted, I think, like, prior to 4th of July that he was looking to help other content creators. And I was nervous because it's like, I already have Blake editing for me, and I'm like, you know, do I take it on? Like, I need more help with my channel. I know that we can do better, and I've just been so stressed out trying to handle everything. And I'm like, okay, you know what? The worst thing he can say is no. And I'm like, blinking my eyes here, like, please, please help me. So I'm really excited to announce that partnership. He's been really great behind the scenes, and if you guys have been seeing all these uploads, prior to him uploading anything, I hadn't uploaded a new long form video in like 3 weeks. So I feel really blessed to have him a part of the team. And if you guys don't know, I'm also part of BCRE now, so a lot of great things happening. Hopefully more growth will be happening as well. I have a lot to work on when it comes to streaming and being a better streamer and just overall a better Christian, but I'm really excited in the direction that we're headed. So please if you haven't already, let's give a round of applause for our new editor slash channel manager dude who's super based. And let me go ahead and give him a shout out. Not sure if he's still here in the chat, but please go check him out and make sure to say thank you, because he's been pumping those videos out like there's no tomorrow, and it's insane. And on top of that, it looks like we got to 26,000 subscribers on YouTube. You guys are freaking insane. I'm like, I'm gone for like a whole week, and I'm like, I come back and I'm like, holy smokes. Dude, this is great. Like, you guys are so amazing. Like, I was not expecting to reach 26K today. So thank you so very much for your support. It really means a lot to me. I'm a little selfish. I know that this is not likely to happen, but it grabbed like a dream. I would love to reach 100K by the end of the year, but definitely like the next year or so. It would be a blessing and an honor to reach 100K on YouTube. So thank you again for your support. You guys are super duper amazing. I couldn't have asked for a better community, and I couldn't have asked for better friends and the people who've been supporting me along the way. And you know who you are, so make sure you take a standing ovation while you're here in the chat. But yeah, really exciting stuff. And I may adjust my stream schedule going forward. I'd like to stream 4 times a week, but sometimes that's not possible. As you guys know, I work a full-time job, so it's gonna be a little hard, but I think it's not impossible. Maybe I'll just do it on a kind of bi-weekly basis, like, or every other week basis. Maybe like 1 week I stream 3, another week I stream 4. That way I don't burn myself out, because I'm working from like 8:30 to 5:30 every day. Sometimes I'm done a little bit sooner, but it just depends on the day, and then I just have a lot more work that I need to do, even when I'm done technically with my shift. So really, really exciting stuff. I hope that you guys liked the new videos. I hope that they were entertaining. A lot of you really like Fat Electrician, so that was really fun. I very much enjoyed his content as well. And I didn't know you guys were Caleb Hammer fans, so we'll definitely be reacting to some Caleb Hammer later on this week. But for today, we're going to be with a good long-term friend of mine, and also part of my channel, who helps me behind the scenes, Mr. Proda. So we're going to be talking about transhumanism today, and he'll be breaking down a lot of cool stuff, and I'll be interacting with him. I don't know everything about transhumanism, but I do know enough that I could probably have a pretty decent conversation with him, so I'm really excited to be able to talk about that. And in preparation for my 2.0, I will be shifting kind of what I talk about on this channel, the way I talk about things, and just really narrowing things down, really hyper-focusing like a freaking laser, so that way you guys can have some of the best content known to man. And we're gonna keep spreading the word of God here, and hopefully more people will come to the Lord. So that's always the goal at the end of the day, regardless of what topic I talk about. So appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you. Oh man, I'm so excited. I really missed you guys. It was, I don't know, there's just something like about spending time with you guys. It's just really nice, and it really makes my day. It's like one of the best parts of my day. So yeah, take care, Max. God bless you. I hope you have a good time. So yeah, we'll be talking about that. Notifications will be muted. We'll be starting probably in like the next 10-15 minutes. We'll be doing some audio check before we officially start talking. And that's pretty much the plan for today. Also, I was on Kirsha's stream for her birthday last week. Well, I was watching, sorry. Not that, actually, it's actually kind of funny. And I know I'm like jumping around topics here, but like if you guys watch Kirsha's birthday stream, it was so funny. Because at the start of the stream, Binary Mind had reached out to me a few weeks ago to see if I wanted to make a video. And you guys know that Kirsha is one of my Oshis. I can't rank her against Leaflet. They're both kind of like, they're both my Kami Oshi. I guess if I had to say, something like, one is not better than the other for me. But I made a video for her. It was short. I was like so nervous, dude, because like I really look up to her. And it was the first thing that played on the stream, like for them to go over like birthday stuff, and the entire stream like crashed. And I I guess like I wasn't watching right at the start. Like I came in after the crash kind of happened, and people were like, "Oh, she said something about something in your background," and I'm like, "Wait, what?" And then I'm like, "Okay." She said so. I don't want to like repeat it because it's a little bit unsavory, but it was really funny. She said it looked like a certain item, and I guess you can rewatch like her VOD from that day if you want. I personally want to say, and girl stream crashed. I'm like, did I really bring upon the apocalypse on Kirsha's stream? I was just trying to be nice. It was so funny. And I didn't know that it was a tradition or whatever for a bunch of guys to start like flexing their muscles on her to try and like, see if they could date her. And I'm like, look, she's rich, she's successful, she's super base. Um it was so funny. It was a great birthday. It's really fun to see the honorable chatters, the Korshas come together and do the most craziest shenanigans for this lady's birthday. Honestly, I'm not saying that that should happen for my birthday because obviously I'm taken. I need no himbos. I already got my Gabe in the chat. But it would be so funny if you guys did like the most cringe videos ever for my birthday. Oh my gosh. You guys should let's see. How can you torture me? I guess you could like say Latinx over and over again or something stupid like that in the video. I don't know. Oh man. But anyway, that was fun. I just wanted to mention that because I somehow made her crash stream or her stream crash. Well, English is apparently not my first language today, so it's all good. It's all good. But yeah, that's pretty much the news. That's the update. That's where we are. And I did start playing Pal World last week. 1.0 update is super amazing. If the stream with Proto doesn't go too long, I'll probably be playing a little bit on stream. I'm like level 30, 31, I think, right now. It's been really good. And also, guys, speaking about Pal World, I know I'm gonna regret my life choices. I know it. I already know it, okay? But I really want to get into the Pal World DZG chat. I saw Chillet and I am in love with that ice noodle. Like Chillet is my favorite pal. And I saw that it has a playmat and there's a card, there's a couple Chillet cards, and I'm like need in my life because it's so cute and it would be awesome to also play with other people. I do hope that they have a digital version because that would be much easier to do than collecting physical cards and doing like a call over Discord with people and having like the mat or whatever over. I guess that could work, but I am just so happy and so excited for Pal World. The fact that they reached over 800,000 concurrent, people playing or whatever, compare even if it's like less than their 2 million from like what 2-3 years ago, that's still pretty darn impressive. And I used to be a super big Pokemon fan, so seeing all the hate is kind of funny because Pal World has done an amazing job with what they have. They don't need to be like some triple A game or whatever to do great. They did amazing. I'm glad that I don't know, did they officially win the lawsuit? I don't really remember, but whatever the case, Pal World deserves a 1,000 out of 10, and they get a 1,000 out of 10 rating from me for sure. Ooh, we got 2 prayer requests here. So we got one from Grew the Great. Our church building is moving to a new building. Can I ask that you pray for the move to go smoothly? Our last liturgy at the old location was the last Sunday, and we're supposed to be doing liturgy in a new building this coming weekend. Yeah, Lord protect you and keep you guys safe as you move. I'm glad that hopefully you'll get a bigger church that can fit all your church goers, your parishioners. And Ritzy, safe travels and calm nerves. Yes, sister. I hope that you take care and have a really good trip and that you have a lot of fun for sure. Thank you for those awesome prayer requests. Appreciate you guys. Alrighty. Pal World for the wailing. Look, 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 look. I love Pal World. I love Bing Chili. Literally, I have to rename my chili to Bing Chili like I did last time. What do you mean? Oh my gosh. Look, I love chili, and anytime I see anything chili coated, I have to. Like it's this urge, this undeniable urge to go grab it. I actually do have a pink chili that somebody gifted me on Throne a couple months back when I was like starting out my Battle World journey. And look, that's all I know. Maria said, "Can I get you a Christian birthday shout out like years ago? Please, no, 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 Maria, don't you dare, woman. I do not want Christian telling me happy birthday. I'll accept Caleb Hammer, and him knowing my like finances and making fun of me on my birthday, but I will not accept Christian. Dude, that's crazy. That was so cursed. Like, how do you get Christian to say happy birthday? That was so insane. Also, Vic, it's good to see you. God bless you. Welcome in. Like, that was so insane, dude. Imagine having freaking Christian say happy birthday. Isn't that guy in jail? Isn't dude in jail? Oh my gosh, that was so funny. Don't you like the tanks? Not really. I think it's funny, but like, probably shouldn't be calling me that. Oh my gosh, dude, that was hilarious. I tend to go for the goth pals. I mean, look, there's this one cat pal like that looks like that one character from I don't even remember what it is, and people were going wild over it because, and we're not going to go into detail as to why they're going wild. But that was hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. I have not come across that pal yet, but once I do, I will absolutely go catch it because I think it looks really cute, or not cute, but like really pretty. I would say not. I would say not cute. What do you mean running on Hispanic time? What does that even mean? I'm not late to my own stream. Pay 12,000. Mini parrots, they're wrecking. You'll do fine, sister. You're gonna do just fine. You're a great lady. Yeah, Christian said happy birthday to Kirsha, which was hilarious. Welcome in, Cat Bear. How are you? God bless you. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Sending a bunch of Sonichu medallions on your birthday. Look, if you send me a bunch of Sonichu medallions for my birthday, I'm going to send you a very special surprise back in the mail. Don't test me. Don't test me if you don't want a flying chancla coming all the way from the East Coast to wherever you might be. I highly suggest you don't send me any Christian medallions. Oh my gosh. The Chunkless challenge is about to go wild. Wild, Jet. He also set up a cameo last year. Oh gosh. Cursing this poor woman. Inky, it is not my birthday, bro. My birthday is in December. Let's chill out, dude. That's genuinely friendly. Mutual destruction. Mutual shared destruction. Yeah, probably. Hey, what's up? How are you, Kaiser? Welcome in. You're from the flocks of Hoolites. Maria's chat? No? Is that what you're saying to me? Look, I don't keep up with everyone's names. I'm assuming that's what they call you. What she calls you. Oh, you guys can't even hear the music because I have all my tracks muted. My apologies. You guys are out here just hearing my plain old voice on this Shure SM7B mic. That sounds probably like garbage. Oh, man. Anyway. I did post my schedule for the rest of this week, so that way you guys know what I'm up to. I will be joining at least one collab this week. That is not on my schedule because I don't plan on streaming. I want to limit myself to 3 or 4 streams. So, just wanted to let you guys know if you happen to see me on someone else's stream and I'm not streaming, that's why. I got so much that I had to plan for this week alone, so you know, I love gaming, I love streaming with friends, but Gremlin does not want to stream every day right now. especially because I worked there today. So yeah, I think we've pretty much got up on everything. Thank you guys for your prayers. Thank you for my friends who reached out to me and are making sure that I'm okay. I am okay. I am safe. Gremlin is doing good, and I've mostly recovered from this mild cold that I had last week. So, Lord willing, everything will be fine this week, and we can continue as normal. I will try to take breaks as often as I can, but I feel like the grind never ends. So it's really hard to figure out like when am I gonna take a break. Usually I push myself until I can't anymore. So if I take a break, you probably you can figure that I probably already reaching the point where I'm about to go choo choo like a freaking train and go, which is a good, But I really wanna spend time with you guys. So yes, okay, good. All right, let me go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and call Proda. So I'm gonna go to this be right back screen. You guys will not hear anything because I have to mute my desktop audio. So please feel free to play some music while I'm gone. I will be back shortly in the next 5 to 10 minutes. God bless you guys, and thank you so much again for being super basic beans. We will be back shortly. Alrighty, guys, we are back with Mr. Proda here, and he is gonna go
Hello,
ahead
hello, hello, hello.
introduce
Uh,
himself.
I am Proda. Some of you already know me. I have been on the channel already in the past more than once. I am a friend of Celeste and also a manager slash assistant. I help her out with basically coming up with a lot of the topics that we discuss in the streams and videos, do research, and do a lot of behind the scenes work. That being said, today we will be talking about transhumanism and how this is directly in contrast with Christian dogma and doctrine in general. First of all, what is transhumanism and why do we speak about it? We speak about it because recently it has become more and more prevalent among the tech bros, quote unquote, and in fact, it is a very pervasive ideology among that demographic. And we can consider transhumanism as the philosophy that believes it is necessary to search for a way to improve the human body. Either that could be through mechanical augmentation, through eugenics to create new and better generations of humanity, or by uploading one's consciousness into a computer. Now,
So basically, like, someone had mentioned in chat earlier before you got here, kind of like cyberpunk, right? In a way.
yes, yes, exactly. In fact, we could say that Cyberpunk and also Warhammer 40,000 are great examples of transhumanism in different ways. In Cyberpunk, the whole cybernetic augmentation is at its start, quote unquote. It is a society that is starting with the process of transhumanism, while Warhammer 40,000 has transhumanism as a very developed concept, very developed, not just a philosophy, a truth of their existence. For example, the uh, Mechanicum. There was even this famous meme about how this guy from the Mechanicum, from the moment he understood the weakness of his flesh, it disgusted him, stuff like that. That is pretty much a good approximation of what transhumanism is. Now, there is there are actually, sorry for the mistake, there are actually very different branches of transhumanism. Two uh, two philosophers describe them as TESCRIAL, which is an acronym to mean transhumanism, extropianism, singularitarianism, cosmism, rationalism, efficacious altruism, and long-termism. I will briefly explain what each of these branches mean. We already explained the meaning of transhumanism in general. Extropianism is a branch of transhumanism that basically focuses on the belief of countering entropy, and on the belief on a belief that can be considered the extreme positivism, for they believe that human science, if given a long enough time frame, will be able to basically even solve what is now considered impossible by science,
Mm-hmm.
go against the laws of thermodynamics, remove completely entropy from the equation, make humanity immortal, stuff like that, which in a sense, as Christians, we can understand this as a sort of modern way to recreate the Tower of Babel, as a rebellion against God, as an attempt from man to do what only God should do.
Not only that,
No.
it also sounds like they're kind of coming up with their own religion, right? Like a worship of
Yes,
the
yes.
self very much.
Yes, I was going to get there, but
Oh.
yes. In fact, no, 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 that is completely fine. In fact, we can say that the various branches of transhumanism, in various ways, represents aspects of a religion, like, for example, extropianism and long-termism
Mm,
represent the millenarist aspect, the quote-unquote goal of the religion. So creating an idealistic future, which can also be applied, for example, to other ideology, for example, communism. They
mm-hmm.
have their ideal future in the communist world, which in many ways does also have some religious aspects. Now, back to the topic though, sorry. Uh, they also have their dogma. Their dogma is different, of course, than Christian dogma. They and is represented by rationalism. Why do I say it is a dogma? Because rationalism, in and of itself, simply is the belief that anything that exists in the universe can be understood and properly explained by human reason and through human science, which is not necessarily true, and we can't actually prove that this is true. This is an
Mm-hmm.
assumption of faith. This is in and of itself a dogma that is different from the dogmas of Christianity, of course, but it is a dogma. They take as a matter of faith that yes, everything that exists can be known through our reason, and sooner or later, humanity will be able to understand everything. Now, there is also, they also have a messianic aspect, that is the singularity belief, the singularitarianism. Now, what is the singularity? The singularity is an event following which human technological progress will
Mm-hmm.
increase exponentially, faster and faster and faster.
Right.
Some believe that this singularity will be caused by AI, because AI at a certain point will become intelligent enough to improve itself.
So
And if
basically, like
AI,
iRobot. Sorry,
yes, in
I'm
a
sorry to
way,
laugh,
yes.
but that's kind of like
No,
what
no,
I
no.
think about.
Yes, that I it could be construed as that. Yes, basically, we can see the singularity as their messiah. So they want to reach the singularity that would be this state where human technology improves so fast that at that point anything becomes possible. So humanity and all humans becomes basically gods. In fact, some of them
Mm.
do explicitly say that their goal is to become a new breed of men, which they call Homo Deus, which would be
Mm.
man God, which in and of itself, as a Christian, this is clearly blasphemous, because
Yeah, because we're never gonna have God's like divine, essence and energies. Like we're not gonna become Him. Like we get
yes,
to partake,
yes,
if I remember, if
exactly.
that's the Orthodox position, but not become.
No, we become similar to God. We, through a process of theosis, we
Mm.
partake in His essence, but we cannot become God, because our essence is fundamentally different.
Right.
But the idea among the transhumanists is that through genetic manipulation, through mechanical augmentation, through various quote unquote biohacking methods. They can solve bugs in the human body and make themselves immortal, make themselves de facto gods. At least that is what they claim. Specifically, one example is Brian Johnson, who is probably the most famous among the
Mm-hmm.
transhumanists. He is the guy who basically has been using the blood of his teenage son
Oh my
for
gosh, I saw that
transfusions.
actually.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, to quote unquote maintain his youth. He has also been diagnosed with um,
Was it cancer that he has?
autoimmune gastritis that
Oh my gosh.
could lead to stomach cancer, but it leads also to malnutrition because he would then have a lot of trouble absorbing iron and
Right.
vitamins
Yeah,
from his diet.
it sounds really dangerous. Yeah. You know what
Yes,
he sounds like as well? And I don't know if this is like gonna go too much into conspiracy territory area, but people in
go on.
Hollywood, right? I think something that gives a lot of people their youthful appearance, and once they kind of run out of, taking that, is androchrome, I think, or something like that. I don't know if it's
Adrenochrome.
right.
Adrenochrome. Yes,
Right.
it's a hormone that, if I remember correctly, it is produced much more in younger people. There is a foundation of truth in this, in that there have been experiments with mice in where older and senile mice, when they received uh, blood transfusions from young mice, would
Mm-hmm.
regain mental acuity and regain part of their muscular prowess. So it's not completely bunk, and there is a reason to do that. But of course, as Christians, that is not
Right.
something. It's clearly not something very ethical to do.
Yeah,
Now,
it's not. And not only that, I think that, and obviously a lot of us probably would love to be young and turn back that time. Like, I
of
mean, even
course,
me at 26, some days I want to go back to being, 21 or even 18 and just do life over again. But I think that people who do this and try to find ways to make themselves immortal, um, and I don't know if I can comment here, I might go on a little spiel, is, they're trying to avoid the hard reality of life. They're trying to avoid the dance with death,
yes.
thinking about their own mortality. And I think more
Not
people
just
would
that.
benefit from
You,
facing, the fact that we are mortal, that we are finite,
it's-
and do better
yes.
with their lives.
And I will continue explaining the other branches that I hadn't explained yet. There is also cosmism.
Mm,
Cosmism is, frankly, the least problematic from a Christian point of view. It is simply the belief that for the good of mankind, sooner or later, we will have to expand
hmm.
outwards out of Earth and colonize other worlds, which is,
So, what you're telling me is stellar humanism.
yes,
Leaflet,
unironically,
if you're
yes.
watching, I love you. I'm so sorry.
No, 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 that's correct. And to be frank, cosmism is the out of all the branches of transhumanism, that is the least problematic from a Christian point of view, because, of course,
Mhm.
if in the future Earth would end up not having enough resources, I can see humanity trying to colonize Mars or other further away planets. But that is certainly not something that we need to be preoccupied about right now. It
Right.
is something that will come to pass maybe in 300 years. Uh,
That's if Christ
then,
doesn't come before then. That's for sure. It's like in the
yes,
Christian.
Maranatha, Maranatha. It means please come back.
Please come
Uh,
back sooner, please.
yeah, yeah. Now, there is also the efficacious altruism, which is, as a name, is kind of um, a false friend because it is tricky. It is viewing altruism and being good to others in a mathematical way. Like, as a sort of equation,
Mm-hmm.
you compute how to do the most good possible to the most amount of people. And for example, this can bring to uh, unethical actions just because they, in the long run, will help people. For example, if I go and rob a bank to
Mm-hmm.
uh, become rich and then give the money that I obtain by robbing the bank to charity,
Mm-hmm.
that is considered more efficacious than just donating my personal money to charity. But we can all agree from a Christian point of view that stealing from others to donate to charity, like Robin Hood,
Mm-hmm.
it's not exactly uh, a Christian behavior, I would suppose. And
Yeah, no,
finally,
it's not.
there is long-termism. This particular branch of transhumanism focuses on the quote-unquote long-term good of the human species, and this again can be used to justify very evil actions in the present just because they might lead to the creation of the singularity faster. Like, for example, if we subject Chinese workers to slave like labor conditions, they will help us produce more microchips
Mm-hmm.
faster that we will then use for our AI projects. And if AI is built faster and better and it can evolve faster, we will reach the singularity faster. And when we reach the singularity, everyone will benefit, even those workers that were forced into slave like conditions, which, of course, again, as a Christian, we no, the end does not justify the means. We can't just reduce people into slavery because this way our national production quotas will skyrocket. That
Mm-hmm.
doesn't work.
Right.
Of course, as I said in the beginning, there are different ways to approach the transhumanism aspect. The goal in general is to quote unquote improve upon the human form. There are some, as I mentioned, that would like to undergo mechanical augmentation.
Mm-hmm.
There are others who would prefer to upload their consciousness into computers, and others still that believe that genetic engineering applied to humans and eugenics is ethical and will lead to a stronger and better humanity in the future. Now we
So
will
basically,
take
people are trying to propagate what happened during, like, Nazi Germany now, and even like Canada, for example, right now with the
in a
meat
way,
system.
yes,
Similar.
that can be construed as being a trans eugenics project, and you could argue that some people with transhumanist views would approve of it simply because in the long run it will improve humanity and it will quote unquote accelerate the progress from Homo sapiens to Homo Deus. Now, obviously, This goes into direct contrast with our beliefs as Christians for various reasons. First of all, the one that I mentioned at the start. It is sort of like wanting to create a modern Tower of Babel. Another, not less important, is that Christ came to us in the body of man. So the humanity in both body and soul is the image of God.
Mhm.
Christ did not come to us as a computer. He did not come as a Windows 11 computer. He did not come to
He
us,
didn't come as a
uh,
projection on a screen. He didn't,
yes,
come
as
out like as
as a
like 100 nanobytes or
4K
something.
tech
Yeah,
priest. He came to us as a human. He
right.
was indistinguishable from other humans of his time. So when you start thinking that you can maintain your humanity while uploading your consciousness onto a PC, and by the way, there have been actual attempts, successful attempts, at uploading the brains of much simpler creatures onto computers.
That's
This has
insane.
been done with fruit flies with success. So the idea of uploading a whole human brain onto a computer is not impossible.
I mean, even if it's not impossible, I really hope it doesn't work out. That just
Of
this
course,
sounds like a sci-fi
it
disaster waiting to
opens it.
happen. Just, yeah. I mean, when you think I don't know if you watched Digital Circus, and for those of you who haven't watched Digital Circus, this is gonna be a bit of a spoiler. Wait, did you watch it? So I don't spoil it for you. I'll spoil it for everyone else, but I don't want to spoil it for you. Rhoda? I think his mic died. But basically, what he's saying just sounds like Digital Circus. So if you guys like watch the last episode and the movie, you basically know what the ending is, and I think it was pretty obvious, like from the start, that that was what the case was for them. But that sounds awful. Like if it happened, if it actually happens, there was this other video game, and I think it was like a triple A game, and I can't remember what the title was. But I think the guy was like going underwater, like his memories were somehow like conflating with what had happened, and by the end, they upload like their conscience into this like kind of utopia looking thing. And I can't remember what the title of that video game was, but was it Soma? Is that what it was called? I don't know if that was the game. It was like kind of like a horror thriller. They were fighting monsters in this underwater area. Oh, it was really, was it Soma? Sounds that sounds familiar. Hold on, let me double check. I think his mic died or his connection died. Okay, yeah, it was Soma. I forgot who I saw playing it, but it was one of my friends, and I'm just like, bro, that ending was wild. Like all the stuff bro had to go through, and that ending, crazy, just insane.
Hello, can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Yes, your microphone died.
Oh, thank God. Uh, yeah, I don't know what happened, but I'm sorry about it.
You're good. You're
I
good.
think I fixed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a new mic, it is giving me a little bit of trouble. Anyway, the issue with uploading your consciousness to a computer, of course, at the first glance, you might think, yeah, okay, it will allow me immortality. But if you think about it a little bit deeper, a little bit more, you come to a quite uncomfortable conclusion. How much technology from the 70s and the 80s is still usable? Not much, right?
It'll become obsolete at some point.
Not just that, it even just physically. it will degrade. Like, for example, I have PlayStation 1 discs that are just 30 years old and they don't work anymore. Might just be because I uh, kept them in not the perfect conditions, whatever, but they don't work anymore and they're barely 30 years old. Imagine uploading your brain, yourself, your everything onto a computer's hard disk, and after 30 years, that computer's hard disk fails irreparably. What
Mm-hmm.
happens then?
Then you don't exist. And not only that, like you're not yourself anymore. And it's like I don't think we can copy souls. Like people might argue, like, oh, you
No,
don't have a
no,
soul.
exactly.
Like,
No,
what are you
it
actually? I
is
think it's impossible. That's why I think it's impossible.
no, exactly. That is a purely materialistic view of the human. It is an affront to God because in that way it doesn't see the whole, it sees only the parts. Because
Exactly.
yeah, we can completely recreate a human brain. Okay, okay, that is fine. But God did not create us as brains in a jar.
Yeah, that's true. And people are so like you know what bothers me about this whole thing is that people are so obsessed with surviving or trying to immortalize themselves, but I never really hear a push for trying to be a better person and trying to be a better Christian or whatever. It's always about like how can I live long enough and have more stuff and how can I be this that
Yes,
me, right? It's become
yes,
so like
that is
selfish.
uh, that is a profoundly anti-Christian view of the world, and is caused, of course, by the prevailing zeitgeist, the prevailing culture, where Christianity is becoming more and more marginalized, not as important as it was in the
Right.
past. And the new god of this world is money, as we say, il dio denaro in Italian.
Money, fame, fortune, all of
Yes,
all of the women and men you can have. It's a party
yes,
down here and it's not a fun
imagine,
one.
which explains in many ways how someone can come to these philosophical conclusion, these philosophical beliefs, if you don't take into consideration Christianity at all. If you start from the premise that Christianity is false and that we are merely meat robots, of course, you can come to the conclusion that the tech priest in 40K is not
Yeah.
something you want to avoid. It's not something disgusting, but it is an existence you wish for. Why? Because the tech priest in 40K doesn't live
Mm.
70 years, it lives 400.
Yeah.
And you want to live 400 years.
No,
You
I'm
want
good,
to have,
bro.
yeah, you want to have the brain power of a supercomputer. You want to have like four pair of mechanical hands so you can do uh, more work at the same time. That's how, unironically, some of these people
Mm.
think. And
Admira
it's
K
not a
donated
bug, it's a
$13 Canadian
feature
dollars
of
and
their
99 cents
philosophy
through Super
because
Chat.
it
Suffering
starts
and
as a
limitation are
premise
what
Mm.
forge character, and
from
removing the stakes removes the reason to
atheistic
strive. Voluntarily care
philosophies,
in your
from
pursuit is how humans grow.
positivism,
It's
which in
psychological
and of
that's
itself is an atheistic philosophy.
Yeah.
Positivism is the blind faith in science, believing that science is destined to progress infinitely and progress in and of itself is good. So if
Not
progress
all
in and of
progress is
itself is
good.
good, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. If progress in and of itself is good, if science is destined to progress indefinitely, then one day we will basically become able to do everything,
Mm-hmm.
and we could say that we are gods. Of course, I can understand that line of thinking. We can't agree with it as Christians because if we
Right.
would agree with it, we would pretty much be heretics or worse. But I can understand from whence they came. Of course, the conclusions that they reach are flawed because they start from assumptions that to us are flawed. They dismiss completely Christianity as a matter of course, when to us it cannot be dismissed for various reasons. First of all, because, well, Christ did die and resurrect for us. But even if you don't want to take that, there is a stronger just moral and social argument to make for Christianity. It has worked for 2000 years to create strong societies. If we completely divest ourselves from it to embrace a new secular religion that would be this transhumanist religion, we're not guaranteed that the new society that will be created by this will be a good society. First of all, because, as I was saying before, long-termism in and of itself already justifies doing evil acts for quote-unquote a greater good. But not only that, there is also to consider the fact that if the elite are the ones that are able to make the transition into Homo Novo or Homo Deus, whatever they want to call it, the elites will
It's just another. I think his mic died again.
humanity as us.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, it's just another form of oppression that the rich and the people
Exactly.
who are part of these projects will absolutely 100% abuse. And I was just thinking to myself while you were talking, the issue right now with people, and I think we had talked about this a little bit last time I was here on my stream, is that, or maybe it was on someone else's stream. I don't remember who was talking about it, but video games, for example, right? It's
Mhm.
you no longer actually like own the games. You're just basically buying a
Yes.
license like any digital media. Now take that and imagine, right, they get to successfully clone people, which obviously I don't think is gonna ever be possible, or uploading the
Well,
conscience of a
cloning
person.
is not
It's
too
different.
difficult.
Sorry. Yeah, so like let's say they upload someone, right? Like a digital circus kind of
Yes,
situation. What if you don't pay the subscription? What if you don't pay for the lights to be on?
you
And they
die.
cut your, yeah, exactly, they cut your power. You stop, your uploaded contents no longer exist, which would probably be more like a copy than like the actual you, if that like even worked. And I'm just thinking to myself, if they're doing this with like games from Sony, Nintendo, all of this, imagine they could put a lock on your conscience. They could put it behind a subscription wall, and then you're just cooked. Like,
No, no,
that sounds
I agree.
horrible, the
That
amount of things
would
that people could
be
do with that.
an extremely scary um, an extremely scary proposition. Uh, I wouldn't want such a future for my worst enemy, let alone for myself or my friends. And yet, that is not something that is out of the question if we end up in a society where the tech elites have their cake and eat it too, as they actually want to do. If they can't manage to enact their transhumanist philosophy and turn it from a mere philosophy into actual reality, well, of course, as I was saying, if some of them, in quote unquote, improve themselves and become more than humans, of course, they would see us as lesser, so they would have less empathy towards us
Mm-hmm.
because, and pardon me for making this uh, example, it might sound stupid, but in their frame of mind, which is also an evolutionistic frame of mind,
Mm-hmm.
humans evolved from a precursor species that was more similar to chimpanzees, and then it would evolve again into a transhuman, the Homo novo, the new
Mm-hmm.
man. Now, if you were to go to the zoo and a chimpanzee would attack Gabriel,
Oh my
okay,
gosh.
and try to bite off his nose, would you shoot the chimpanzee or not?
Bro, that chimpanzee's about to get obliterated off this earth, bro.
Yes, that is precisely my point. They are probably they are very similar to us under many aspects, but they're not us.
Mm-hmm.
So it is not out of the question completely that in a future where these elites manage to transcend humanity and become something that they think is better, that they would see us as annoyances, and if we revolt, if we try to organize a strike to get better working conditions, higher pay, stuff like that, who's to say that they won't just shoot us? This is
I
something to
mean,
consider as
that's
well.
fair to consider because, from their point of view in their high castle, they think that we are just peasants, ants that they can step
Yes,
on. And I would, and that's the thing, like, sure, they're already doing things to us now in various different ways, but this just seems like a whole other level of evil. It's not just like, oh
yes,
yeah, it's just, fun science experiment. We're trying to be really cool and, pushing the limits of humanity. No, it's going to be another form of oppression that I think is going to be much more sinister than what's going on now. If they were to ever achieve that, which again, I don't think they ever will. But you never know, right?
no, no, that is perfectly correct. That is what I think as well. Fundamentally, as I said before, it is a diametrically opposed view of mankind and of humanity than what we have. For us, humanity, with all its defects, with all its problems, is blessed because it is the form that God chose when He went with the incarnation. For them, humanity is the form that we currently have. It is inherently flawed because we die, because we get old, because we
Mm-hmm.
get sick. It can be improved and it should be improved. For us, it's not a matter of improving our form because we know that real life isn't here. The real life is with Christ after we
Exactly.
die.
Amen. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that and again, I know that there will always be people in the world who don't believe in God, who will reject Him. But it's interesting to me, like, what you said is that they're chasing after like their own religion that in my
Yes,
opinion seems much more crazier because at least with Christ, right? We have documentation that he did exist and like the Romans and stuff, they kept like pretty good track of, who he was as a person, and we obviously have scripture and tradition passed down. But this is like a pipe dream 9,000 and a half. I'm shooting for Pluto over here instead of, what's probably more realistic. And, I just don't see it not being oppressive. And when I compare, Christ and his ministry and what he did, he was here to liberate us. He wasn't here to keep us in
yes,
chains or in a digital box. He came to free your souls. And at the end, if we rely on him, and, follow his commandments, go follow the traditions and stuff, we'll be with him in paradise or in heaven forever, and it's gonna be much more freeing than whatever digital box people want to put us behind.
yes. Not to mention, of course, that first of all, if we even move forward to achieve virtual quote unquote immortality by uploading your brain to a machine, there is the issue of who owns the machine. As you were
Exactly.
saying earlier, there is the issue of how long the machine can survive. And this is not infinity because the laws of thermodynamics cannot be broken. Entropy no matter how they think, uh, cannot really be eliminated. You know, you can believe what you want, but the laws of thermodynamics are a fundamental constant of our universe. You can't create energy from nothing unless
Exactly.
you are Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you have to be
Of course,
God himself because he
yes, that
everything comes
is
through him.
yes, that is basically what limits us. We cannot create stuff from nothing. We cannot make, of course, without spending energy. We cannot make heat go from uh, cold body to a hot one unless we spend more energy than that which goes away. If you start to think about immortality in a physical sense, just, and I say this as a chemist, so I am a man of science. I did university level research as analytical chemist, then I worked into the pharmaceutical sector.
Mhm.
So this is a very pragmatic
Yeah, people were
response.
actually asking in chat. Sorry, language.
Yeah.
What you do, and I managed to answer that. You're a chemist. I don't know if you wanted to share more about that. So that people can kind of
Yes,
better
sure,
understand your
sure,
perspective.
sure. If they they may ask whatever they want, I have no problem. So right now I'm in mm, a bit of a weird position because I am in between jobs, but I am chemist. I got my degree in analytical chemist. I worked in analyzing samples of air, water, breast tissue, muscles, soil to analyze the presence of microplastics and persistent organic pollutants. Um, I have a publication, I think. I'm not sure if actually that got published. I should ask my former colleagues about the presence in the meat of the Greenland shark of both microplastics, flame retardants,
Mm-hmm.
and other persistent organic pollutants like bisphenol A, polychlorobiphenyls, stuff like that. I won't go into further
Mm-hmm.
detail unless I am explicitly asked, but
I
that is
mean,
what
it's
I.
also probably not like the stream for it, but I think it does
Yes,
basically
yes,
like you have experience in science and you've been looking into things yourself,
exactly.
topics like
Yes,
that. So.
yes, yes. And after that, I worked as head of research and development for a small pharmaceutical company in Italy, and we produced stuff for the dermatological sector,
Mm-hmm.
uh, stuff to treat vitiligo, um, various kinds of eczema, uh, and various hair illnesses. But as a matter of personal interest, I'm also very much interested in theology and in philosophy. So I did some reading on the subject, and I came up with the idea for this particular stream because I thought it would be quite interesting in going into detail about transhumanism, about how especially our tech elites are fully embracing these philosophical views, and how I think that is very problematic and very dangerous because that kind of idea, that kind of philosophy, does not have the built in safeguards for the quote unquote lesser people that Christianity has. Because as Christians, we do believe that every one of us has been created with equal dignity
Mm-hmm.
before God. But if you are a subscriber to transhumanist ideals, you don't necessarily believe that all humans have the same dignity. Because again, if Brian Johnson was willing to get the blood of his son injected into himself, and probably the son gave consent, of course, but I'm not sure that was a fully free consent given the situation. Uh, who is to say that they won't take your blood to, and who is to say that they won't do worse stuff to us? That
Right.
is,
And it goes back to the whole topic of control because
yes.
they're always looking for a way to control the masses,
In
through
fact,
vaccines,
uh,
through these mass
there,
panics,
there is,
through bioengineering. It's not new. It's just
yes,
getting worse every single time.
there is an argument that could be made that the modern uh, tech focused capitalist society is devolving into a quote unquote techno feudalism where the biggest companies are all involved in technology, and they are so big that they are more influential than the state. And of course, they can act how a small um, feudal lord would 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, I
He,
mean, we are becoming a technocratic society, and I mean, I think that the like you had mentioned earlier with the whole Marxist thing, I mean, they're interwoven, and the laws and the people who are trying to be in charge, it's not just like, the government that we might have had when the US was first established, but rather these people who are crazy about data, evidence trying to do efficiency, but they push it, on people and are trying
yes,
to like, quote unquote fix them. It's gonna keep getting worse, especially as the technology gets better. I think that like Marxist ideologies and principles did kind of like influence this, and it's gonna continue to just be pushed. And I don't necessarily want to name drop people, but Jay Dyer, I really like watching for like his geopolitics and stuff, and he
mhm.
frequently talks about this. And I don't know if you already mentioned, but if you guys want to look into a book that kind of predicted this, or at least would talk about this maybe from a more like Christian perspective, is Saint Seraphim Rose. His book of Orthodoxy and Religion of the Future.
The religion of the
Yeah,
future. Yes,
Religion of the
yes.
Future talks about this technocratic stuff, technology. The way that these governments are trying to push these ideologies on us, and what the future can very much look like. Right.
In fact, I wanted to get there. Basically, we, as he says, the religion of the future, in many ways, will be um, religion that would unify all other religions. And if you think about it, we can't see there are starting to be moves in that sense. I am not sure if that would be uh, transhumanism, if that would be some kind of weird new age bollocks that takes a little bit from Christianity, a little bit from Islam, a little bit
Mm-hmm.
from
Well,
uh,
that's like a whole other
Hinduism.
discussion, is like the one world religion and the digital currency that they're trying to put.
Yes,
I don't think they're like directly related, but it will help kind of set the stage for like pushing this out to the masses in a much more from their perspective, right? A more efficient way. And guys, I'm not a scientist.
yes.
I'm not like super deep into this. I'm just kind of like with my limited knowledge, just kind of analyzing what, Proto has said, and just like how evil people can be, and this is just a tool for them to
They're not
push their
just
agendas,
evil.
right?
They're not just evil. This is the worst thing. They think that they're doing the good thing. It's as I was saying earlier, efficacious altruism. They basically apply mathematics to how to do the most good possible, but that this leads to aberrant results, as I was saying, because, like for example, okay, if to obtain the most good possible, you need to create robots that serve humanity's every whim. And in order to do that, you have to have people working 24/7 for 3 years without pay.
Hmm. Yeah.
Otherwise, you're unable to do it.
Mm-hmm.
In that frame, that becomes the ethical thing to do because after 3 years, everyone would live like a king. Yes. Until the robots start malfunctioning, until the robots start going,
Until
kind
they
of wild.
start taking over the world and we have a matrix
No, no,
situation where
no,
we're all in
not
pods and our
necessarily
brains.
that. Not necessarily that, but they just, they might malfunction. They might have their identify identify friend and foe system malfunction. They think, oh, instead of you being Celeste, you're a
Your
random
enemy.
invader, home invader, and they kill you. That could actually happen. I can envision such a future. The
I
issue,
mean,
the issue
I
is
was
that
kind of joking about like the Matrix, but like think about it. The technology, the robots are, controlling the humans basically, right? And they're in this. They
right,
upload their
and
conscience or whatever into a
that
simulation.
that
They're
particular movie is extremely inefficient because
Mhm.
robots in that situation would probably adopt nuclear power instead of using humans as batteries
Yeah,
because we wouldn't produce much energy, and
yeah,
it would be a great waste of food for them to use us as batteries. Well,
yeah.
nuclear energy, on the other hand, would be much more reliable,
Yeah, the
but it
stigma
would
against
have
that,
made,
but yeah.
yeah, it would have made for a worse story, probably.
Yeah, I think more so the point was like maybe the control of technology, but then again, I haven't watched that like franchise in such a long time, so I don't even remember what the author's intentions were besides cool, epic. We're going to shoot
Yeah,
in slow
yeah, no, no,
mo.
no. I mean, it was a very epic movie. I still watch it once in a while. Um, I do think that it was full of Christian references and that Neo was supposed to be stand in for Christ, by the way, because in
Yeah,
many ways, um, I even watched Matrix in high school with our um, religious study professor because in Italy we do have 1 hour per week of uh, Catholic
yeah,
religious education, and we watched Matrix with him, and we he went into details with all the biblical parallels that were in the story. So I can see that as having been intended as the um, Christianity adapted for a new age
yeah.
instead of a completely new religion that trashes Christianity into the dustbin of history, as is the way that it seems to be going right now with the tech elites, which is much more worrisome to me.
Yeah, man, this whole thing, and it's like, even if you say, like, and I guess my thing is why I feel a little bit hopeless, but not completely because obviously these things have to, come to pass to some extent. I don't know how far it'll get, but it just feels like no matter what we say, because we're smaller voices, like, we can't make a huge impact so that people wake up. And then obviously people will choose the path of least resistance and choose
Yes.
this even. But to get as many people kind of alert and at least aware of the situation, it feels almost impossible. Like they look at you
Well,
like you're a
that,
crazy
what
conspiracy
we're
theorist, and it's
doing
like the
right
writings on the
now,
wall.
what we're doing right now is a
Right.
start. We expose the issue to the public, I did some research. I read some philosophers that went into detail about critically about the ideology that is becoming pervasive among the tech bros in Silicon Valley. And I wanted to do this bit with you specifically to explain how and why this is especially um, devious and dangerous for Christians, because some
Mm-hmm.
Christians do unfortunately fall victim to this because they embrace humanism. And in a way, I agree with humanism. It's not in itself a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
Humanism has produced the Renaissance here in Italy. I live in Florence, so every day I go out to see beautiful works of art that are a product of humanism. So there is nothing wrong with that. But when humanism moves to the point that you want, you're not satisfied with your humanity, when you want to transcend it, when you want to go into the realm of the divine, either literally or just metaphorically, because on a metaphysical point of view, you are intending to break all the limits that you have, which would, again, metaphorically put you uh, in charge of your own existence
Yeah.
as your own personal God, then I take issue with that, because that fundamentally goes against not only humanism as intended as a Christ-centered movement, because the uh, 14th, no, 15th and 16th century humanism was a Christ-centered
Mm-hmm.
movement. Like Da Vinci was still Christian.
Right.
Okay, maybe he was a homosexual, yes, but he was a devout Catholic nonetheless. Donatello, he was still Christian, he was a devout Catholic. We can't say that we're not perfect, but they were raised in a very Catholic country, Italy in the Middle Ages, and that culture wrapped onto them. They had their own personal aspirations, their own personal goals,
Mm-hmm.
their own personal
They
philosophies.
were great artists of the time, and still great
Yes,
artists of this time, to be honest. Loki.
yes,
Yeah.
but the most important thing is that they, and this is something that I greatly appreciate and I think is lost in the modern day, especially Da Vinci. He viewed, when he died, at least this is what is said in the museum that is in his home in Vinci.
Mm-hmm.
He said that when he died, he was ashamed that he had wasted the talent God had given him, because he had died too young to have used it to its full potential. So it is still a very Christian outlook on the world. He was, of course, using his talent, but he was using his talent in a way that would make him, his family, and more importantly, God proud. Of course, he had his run-ins with the church.
Mm-hmm.
He had a lot of problems with religious authorities. He did things that were considered unsavory at the time, like he uh, dissected the corpses of criminals to learn anatomy. That was considered very distasteful. In fact, he did get into trouble for this, if I remember correctly. And of course, the allegations of his homosexuality.
Yeah.
But
Someone
Overall,
mentioned that in chat actually just now. I was like, wasn't he gay?
he, there are a lot of allegations that he was he was banging his assistant, but there is no 100% proof about this. Some scholars maintain that he was not homosexual, he was merely not very interested in women, but we actually do not know. It is probable that he was homosexual.
Oh boy. Well, transhumanism, guys.
Yes,
What
yes.
makes you gay?
Sorry
No, I'm
for
kidding.
the
Kidding.
sorry
Messing
for the
around.
digression, guys. I do hope that it was still entertaining. If you have further question, feel free to ask them, and I will answer as best as my abilities. And if you like this, in the future we will continue doing similar podcasts about other hard and important topics. Just let us know. And at this point, I will read, well, not read because I can't see the chat, but answer eventual
Yeah.
questions that
If
you
you guys
have.
have any questions on what we're doing or you want to like share some of your commentary on Twitch and on Kick, I have ask a question redeem. On Twitch it's 1 point. I believe on Kick it should be like 1 point or something as well. So if you guys want to ask a question, make sure to use those redeems, and then I will bring those questions up to Proda. We'll take a couple, not too many, because Proda, I also know that you probably have to go to bed, because it's like really late where you are.
Yeah,
So we'll
it's
take a couple
1
questions.
a.m. It's 1 a.m. here, but I took a coffee right before doing this because I didn't want to fall asleep in the middle of this.
Yeah. Well, brother, you still need to get your sleep. You can't be up all
Yes,
night.
yes. I mean, it probably would have been far less entertaining if we
Yeah.
started the stream and halfway through I started snoring very
Yeah.
loud. Or maybe it would be entertaining. We
I
don't know.
I don't think anybody wants to hear me sleep or probably not, no. But yeah,
Yeah.
I appreciate you all listening. I think this was a really interesting topic, and Bro's kind of in a way he's like a professor. So I'm here sort of commenting, but he's the
No,
one with the
no, no.
brains here.
Let's not exaggerate. Let's not
I
exaggerate.
said like a
I
professor.
Okay. I can teach chemistry, that yes, but I don't claim to be able to teach everything. Okay?
I know. Look, I don't think anyone expects us to go on a whole like 10-hour lecture about transhumanism and the mind being uploaded
No,
into the
no, of
con.
course. Of
I think we're
course, of
just here
course.
doing some fun commentary, that's all.
I mean, if people are interested, I would be very happy to do uh, uh, a talk about microplastics and how they actually are influencing the health of humanity in general. They are impacting our reproductive health. They're contributing to the birth crisis. But because I studied them personally, so I have firsthand experience in the subject. Of course, not right now, as it is. It's not the time nor the place, but maybe if people are interested, if you're interested as well, we could do that in the future.
Bro,
Right?
what is going on with this?
What is everything okay?
Uh, I might just have to time someone out for a little bit. Anyway, yeah, so good stuff. And if you guys have any more topics or anything that you want to talk about, like see us talk about in the future, it would really mean a lot to hear from you. I also have to look through the reacts channel to see what there is that we can potentially react to even in the future. So Mac and Cheese on Kick just asked, what would be your argument against transhumanism when scripture itself doesn't condemn humans creating and making tools? Couldn't transhumanism be argued as applying the ability to create that God has given us, I see no issue with genetical mechanical modification as long as it doesn't become a false icon and we give all glory to God.
Okay, this is a very intelligent question. First of all, I thank you very much for asking it. And my answer is pretty simple, really. There is a limit in what we can do to quote unquote modify ourselves before we stop being human. The intention is the key. Because if you start with the intention of becoming better than human, making humanity better than what it is, you start from a flawed premise because we are in the image of God, and it is very
Mm,
presumptuous to assume that we can improve on what God created from
that is a good
Christian.
that is a good point,
But,
honestly, that you made.
but
Yeah.
if we start and go like, okay, this guy lost his limbs in an accident. We can't give them robot limbs. It will improve his quality of life. But he's not becoming something more than human. It's just a regaining a capability that he had and then he had lost, or allowing someone who was blind from birth to be able to see again with either a retina transplant or bionic eyes. There's nothing wrong with that because you're not fundamentally modifying the human form to make it something that it is not. When it starts being problematic is when you start, as I said before, with the intention of improving upon God's creation. Like, for example, you are not satisfied with the speed at which you think, so you implement a modification through to your brain with some microchips that help you think much faster. All right, that that does go against what we should do as Christian, because in a way that is directly rebelling against God. It is equal to saying, okay, what you created is insufficient.
Yeah, and I do appreciate you bringing that up because yeah, it's one thing to restore something that God has given us, right? Because of sin, we live in a sinful, fallen world. Our bodies are subject to entropy, to decay. And it's a whole other to completely modify your body and say that you're going to do better than God.
Yes,
And it's like, well, true, what is the limit? Where do we cross the line? When does enough become enough, right? And I can see Mac and Cheese's point, but there has to be hard limits like where, and I think defining that's going to be really helpful. And I think from a Christian perspective you're going to have to stop way sooner than, let's say, an atheist or someone who is into this kind of belief, into transhumanism, who's super deep in the sauce, right? We're going to
right.
have a much harder stopping point.
My opinion, as I already shared, is that the intention that you put uh, at the beginning is what determines what is wrong and what is not when you come to these kinds of modifications.
Right.
If you modify someone who is already healthy to augment him or her and to make it better than the human form, no. If you take someone who is disabled and you help him live a more full life because you remove his or her disability, then by all means that is a very good thing to do, because you are actually helping your fellow Christian, your fellow son of God, by reducing the burden that he has or she has to live with. And that is good and that is moral.
Yeah, I agree. And here's a so we have another question here. This one's from
Okay.
Beeper23 on Kick. Well, if we're talking about replacing limbs, how about we go to the far end? What if a person's body is dying, but the brain lives? Would it be okay if the whole body's replaced, assuming it acts just like the normal human meat body?
Mm, that is a very interesting question. And honestly, it is, I do think that if a whole body is dying, at that point, if there is a way to save it through medicine, attempt it. If the only way to save it is to put the brain inside a robot, stuff that is clearly not human, no. Clone a new body just to host a new brain is also immoral because the clone is also alive and you are denying that person their chance at life. You are killing them so that you can implant the brain of a dying person into them. That is, in many ways, that can be considered murder, and I do consider it murder if that is the solution. If what you argue for is okay, medicine gets better and better to the point that even someone who is so heavily injured in, say, an accident that right now would die, but maybe in 30 years' time they're able to save him, I have no problem with that. But when it
Mm-hmm.
comes the issue of quote unquote body transplant, absolutely not, because it would require someone else dies for you to get a new body. Uh, of course, if it is someone who is already dead and you get the new body, the body is already dead. Well, you can't really work, make a dead body work with a living brain. It will soon die anyway. If you take a living body and put in the brain of the person that was about to die, as I said, I think that would be pretty
Yeah.
unethical because it would require killing someone who is living, whether
Mm-hmm.
it be a clone or
Living
living
person, worst
person.
case of all,
Yes.
yeah.
A
Uh,
clone, of course, would be better because you lower the risk of rejection for the various new organs as they would be foreign to the brain that is transplanted into it, or the brain actually would be foreign to the
mhm.
new body. But no,
Okay.
I don't think it would be ethical.
We have Taste XT. What is the next logical step of transhumanism where we currently are with everything that has progressed? What is the next step we can expect to see? And this is for you, Broda.
Yes. Frankly, I think that at this point, and they're not even trying to hide it, they're in a race to create the stronger and stronger AIs to try and reach the singularity. Many of them believe that once they reach the singularity, our technological progress will be so fast that basically everything will become possible. I don't think that will be true. But nevertheless, if sufficiently powerful AI system will be produced, coupled with the mass surveillance that we already uh, is being created, we can expect much less freedom in the future,
Yeah.
and that is definitely not something I want to deal with. I think nobody here wants to deal with that, but it's
Yeah.
sad to say. I think it's not.
It's not slowing down. It's going to keep going for
Yes,
sure.
it's not a far off future. I think it's
Very
sadly
closer,
realistic.
much closer, yeah,
Yes.
than we think, yeah. Bruce remains. He is asking you, what are your thoughts on CRISPR or CRISPR and the responsibilities associated are. What would be a good oversight body look, in his opinion? 40K Inquisitioners or Brussels Bureau? What? Wait, what
I
was that?
I am unfamiliar with the word. Can you spell it for me, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna forward you this question. Hold on, let me send it
Yes,
to you.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
so basically,
Thank you
if I
very much.
remember correctly, I think CRISPR has to do with altering the DNA of a person. It's like a technology that lets you alter DNA, if I recall correctly.
I have heard it before,
Yeah, so
but
it stands for clustered, regularly interspaced short palindromic repeats. So it's a powerful, precise gene editing technology adapted from the natural defense
oh,
system of bacteria.
so okay, okay, okay. I had heard it before. I will be frank with you. I don't know enough of this technology as to be able to tell you it is good, it is bad, it is dangerous. At the moment, I don't know enough. I will, however, read more into it. There is no shortage of scientific papers on it, I'm sure. And maybe I will get back to you in the future
Hmm.
if you want, and I will give you my opinion.
Hmm.
Okay?
And then I
Sorry
think
if I can't do that right now.
you're good, man. Thank you for sharing that. And then I think this will be the last question. This is from TRT. What about
Okay?
using the tissue cloning method that Israel uses to make fake meat, but altered in some way?
Uh, okay. So tissue cloning is actually something that can be useful, for example, for having organ transplants without rejection. And that is probably something that I can't see happen in the future. And it won't be much of a problem from my point of view because it's just medical science improving. Because you're not doing that to make a random guy have two hearts instead of one. You're not giving them three lungs like the Space Marines. You're using them to cultivate in vitro a heart that has the exact same DNA, the exact same antigens as the heart of the person that needs a heart transplant. So instead of having to take tacrolimus for 10 years to suppress immune reactions to the transplanted organs, you can just give them an organ that is 100% compatible. It would also solve issues related to organ transplant in how it is harder to find organs for people that have rare blood types like O negative.
Mm-hmm.
For those, it is particularly rare to find compatible organs. But
Right.
if you can cultivate tissue from the exact same person in the future, because right now the technology is not developed enough, that would be a godsend, quite honestly. I think it would save a lot of lives, and I don't see any particular ethical issues with that. It's basically uh, an evolved form of organ transplant.
Yeah. I can definitely agree, and I just think that people like we always need to define the hard limits of like what's fine and acceptable. That's just to restore
Yes,
something that we already have that might have been broken or whatever, versus trying to make something entirely new and, let's say, quote unquote, more efficient in ways that are not exactly human, that are unnatural in order to
yes.
satisfy the ego and such.
To to explain it in a very short and concise sentence, if you take uh, Oscar Pistorius, he used to be a runner that had lost both of his legs, and he had them swapped out for cybernetic ones. That's perfectly fine. If you take a space marine or a tech priest, that's going too far.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I agree. All right. Did you have anything else that you wanted to share? I think that's where we're gonna stop definitely for questions for now. But thank you guys to
Yeah.
everybody who
Yes.
did ask a question. Very insightful, very cool. Very much enjoyed it myself
Yes,
as well.
I actually want to thank everyone that shared their questions because they were very intelligent questions. And actually, they show that the people were involved with the topic. I appreciate that very much. And again, I thank you all very much.
No,
Um,
the beans are smart people. I may not be
yes,
able
yes.
to respond to all
No,
of you in the different chats, but I see you guys. You're really smart. Though you might be the next Nobel Peace Prize winners, but you might have to become a woke liberal in order to get that. So if you're not one, then you get a prize in my
yeah,
heart. That's all I
yeah.
know.
The might get
Oh my gosh.
a mafia Nobel Prize instead.
Yeah, we should do that, dude. Like everybody makes a science experiment. They send in their videos and they get like a Bean Mafia like award sent to them.
Yeah.
It's gonna be made out of cardboard. I'll
Okay.
paint it with fake gold paint.
That would be pretty
I'm messing with
funny.
you. I'm messing with you.
Premio Nobel per la mafia. That would
Mm-hmm.
that would sound pretty funny in Italian too. Anyway,
Yeah.
uh,
Amen.
yeah, I thank you very much. I thank all the listeners, and in the future, if you appreciated my presence here, I will be very happy to share my knowledge and expertise on other subjects. Just let me know, and I will discuss the possibility of continuing this with Celeste. For
Heck
now, I
yeah.
wish all of you a very pleasant rest of your day. God bless you, and keep the faith.
Amen. God bless you, man. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you a lot, and I hope you sleep well. I'll see you soon.
Bye bye.
Alrighty. We're back. Good conversation, good talk. He knows his stuff and it was fun. Uh Hopefully I will learn to comment more when we do these topics, but that's definitely a topic that I have been interested in myself in my own personal time because of the way that our society is going. And I think I have more interest because sure, there's like the cybernetic stuff, the cool cybernetic stuff that people always like talk about, but I think that there are other ways that we're kind of going in right now, and that includes the whole trans movement thing where people are injecting themselves, with like HRT and whatever. And even though they might not think like, oh, I'm doing this for science to see how far I can push the limits of my body, it does relate because people are trying to become something that they're not, right? Like men are trying to become women, mostly in droves for whatever the reasons may be. People have body dysphoria and other things for whatever the other reasons may be. Women who hate themselves enough to want to become men, even though in this current climate, I wouldn't want to be a man. And well, thank God I'm not, I guess. But so like for me, that's where my interest mostly comes in. Like the cyberpunk stuff, it just seems like very dystopian. Uh, but obviously there are crazy people who have throughout history tried to do things like that with gadgets and gizmos and whatnot. So I think it was a pretty good talk. I hope that you guys enjoyed that. That was fun. I am not leaving. I'm gonna be streaming for a little longer. So if you guys want to stay, totally cool. If not, and you want to go watch someone else, totally fine too. But this part of the VOD that we just talked about will in fact be available for you guys to watch in a more shorter, condensed form in the upcoming days. Once Lalas gets to edit this section out. So thank you very much. Appreciate you guys there. And we're going to move on here to something else. Either I will be playing Battle World or we can review the Jay Dyer and Tucker Carlson conversation, or that can be a dedicated react for another day, but I think it just dropped today, so it might not be a bad idea to go over at least a quarter to a half of it. I probably won't get through it depending on how long it is through the whole stream, but may not be a bad thing to watch. I very much enjoy watching Jay Dyer's content, mostly for his geopolitical stuff. So if he's talking about that with Tucker, might not be a bad watch. The podcast was good. Yeah, I was hearing from you guys that it was good. Bit all over the place, but good. Okay. I don't mind watching it, honestly. I don't think he's gonna make it a members only thing, or at least I hope not, because it would be really nice to in fact watch his conversation. I don't really watch like Tucker Carlson like that anymore, but the fact that he was with Jay Dyer is kind of interesting, so I think I would be very intrigued to watch it. So I'm gonna really quickly put some music on while I go get that up for you guys, and we can go ahead and watch it together. I'd love to react to it, and then I think tomorrow we're reacting to the part 2 of Bricks and Minifigs, because Reckless Ben had dropped, I think, part 3 and part 4 or something. Either one of those two parts or something entirely different, because they finally allowed him to go ahead and share that. And I have either been sick or I took a break, so I'm very much behind on the situation. People are like, "Oh, you doing this now?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, I don't keep up with this stuff. Seems kind of cringe." But then I got intrigued by what was going on and how much of an overreach there is with the government and certain specific group. That was interesting for sure. So we're gonna go ahead and watch that tomorrow. I don't know if I'm gonna get through all of it, but as long as I put it on like 1.5 speed, I'll probably be able to get through a good chunk of it tomorrow, and we may be able to continue at a different point. So really excited. We'll hope you guys enjoy that tomorrow. And I'm gonna go ahead and no, I'm still gonna keep alerts off, but I'm gonna enable them here and then disable them, put it in a different folder, so that way I can just keep it separate on my OBS. It's easier to go through things. So we'll go ahead and watch the Carlson and Jay Dyer conversation here. I haven't watched Jay in like a minute. All right, so the title. Okay, so this is like 2 hours long. I may put it in 1.5, 1.2 speed. We'll see. So the title of this video is Jay Dyer, Demons in Hollywood, CIA, Secret Societies, Lone Gunmen, Epstein, and Attacks on Christianity. And this is on the Tucker Carlson show. Really exciting stuff. Let's get it. Let's get going. I'll move myself over here so we can watch it together, chats. Really interesting. I love his stuff. Right. And then let me move this over here. And we'll go ahead and watch this together, guys. Notifications will be disabled as I react, just to make sure I focus here. But please, guys, feel free to chat and let me know what your thoughts are. I will try to stop every so often to review what you guys are saying. Because, again, I think you guys have really great points. So hopefully we can go through that together here. And I think it's going to be a really fun conversation. Always fun to see Jay on these shows, to be honest. All right. Let's do it. Let's get this bread. Get the volume up.
Jay Dyer, thank you very much for doing this. I have a lot of questions to ask you, but I want to begin with orthodoxy. You are one of the most visible and maybe effective evangelists for orthodoxy, Christian orthodoxy, certainly in your age cohort, maybe in the country.
See, Tucker, I agree with you. Oh, I very much agree with you there. But a lot of people don't like Jay because he might be mean or whatever. And I'm not gonna lie, there are times where even I, despite enjoying Jay Dyer's content, can think he could be a little more soft and a little more loving in his speech. But overall, I think he's one of the few people who will tell you as it is, and I think it's really it's really important in these times, right? Because everyone has, well, not everyone, but a lot of people have, I would argue, become a bit soft. And, we're in some really trying times. I don't think we have the luxury of being soft anymore. I don't think we have the luxury of always being, like, honey, I know, like, you try your best and, like, it's okay, right? I don't think we have a lot of time for that. I think there has to be a little more firmness. I do think, though, that while I enjoyed Jay's content, he's done a lot of great stuff, I think, for orthodoxy. We need clergy to stand up and be more open in the digital space and be firm but still loving. Like, for example, Father Josiah Trenum would be someone that I would love to see more of, to see him on these platforms, these bigger platforms, speaking and talking more about orthodoxy, because he's very loving in his approach. And it's not to say that he denies the truth or anything, but it's just the way that he speaks, I think, would reach a lot more people. The average day person would be more keen in listening to him. Like for Jay Dyer, and it's not to say that people overall are, dumb or whatever, show IQ. But Jay Dyer hits a certain kind of audience that is more academic. And in academia, you have to kind of be ruthless, or else you get stomped out very quickly.
Orthodox. Why are you Orthodox? What is Orthodoxy?
Only the most base form of Christianity.
I'm Orthodox because I went through a long journey trying to figure out what authentic Christianity is. And so I was raised Baptist. That took me eventually into Catholicism when I was about 20, 21, I think. I read St. Augustine's City of God. I read a bunch of his other works. And I thought, well, Baptist isn't right, because I'm finding in the church fathers all these teachings that are not Baptist. And so that kind of gradually took me in the realm of traditional Roman Catholicism. Did that for a long time. And as you get into, I think, the more recent problems of Vatican II, post-Vatican II theology, that led me to the question of, how do I reconcile this with what I know the first 1,000 years of Christianity teaches? So long story short, it took me about 8 or 10 years. I finally came to the Orthodox Church about 10 years ago. So that's the simplest, quickest reason, is because I think
first 1,000 years.
So I think that one thing that people forget, and when they kind of criticize Jay, is that Jay went through a wild ride with his faith. He didn't even I don't think he even started out as Christian, right? Is that what, if I recall? But either way, he was a Protestant for quite some time. He has gone through this journey, right? From Protestant to Roman Catholicism, and then, Orthodoxy, finally coming to Orthodoxy. And I'm in a similar boat. I think a lot of us who are in Orthodoxy might have gone through something similar. My journey is a little weird, right? I was baptized in the Roman Catholic Church as a baby. I went for a couple years as a kid. And, then I stopped going to church for some time until my dad brought me to a non-denom evangelical church. And now in the last year, I'm actually coming up on a year where I officially started inquiring Orthodoxy at a parish, where now I'm Orthodox, right? I'm confirmed into the church now. I'm, trying to live as best of a, as close, well, I don't want to say best, but as best of a Christian as I can be, following, the traditions of Orthodoxy and honoring the Lord in that way. And I think that when people criticize him, especially Protestants, I get a little bit upset, because it's like, guys, he knows what you're talking about, because he lived it for quite a long time before he came into Orthodoxy. And so he has probably more experience than a lot of us combined. So I'm glad that he shared that, because it's, it's not like he's been Orthodox his whole life. Same thing for me. I haven't been Orthodox my whole life, just until recently, right?
Years of Christianity.
Yeah.
I think to most modern Christians, certainly American Christians, that's like a black hole. What does that even mean, the first 1,000 years of Christianity?
it's an area that we're not taught. I know that when I went to college, the only thing that we talked about from that whole period was like Augustine's Confessions and maybe one other book or two.
Then we have something called the Dark Ages, and nothing happens.
Nothing about Byzantium.
So didn't even exist. And then like these people called the Medicis make a ton of money in Italy and start funding beautiful art, and that's the beginning of civilization.
Yeah. So And I remember at college, I was like pressing the department, like, why don't we study some medieval stuff, some Byzantine stuff? And they were like, why should we? We don't care about that Christian stuff. So, yeah, I think there's probably a little bit of an intentional desire to suppress that. American education, I think, is pretty much brainwashing. So,
But
yeah.
in one sentence, this might take between Constantine in the 4th century and the Renaissance, you had Christian civilization.
The most successful empire in history is the Byzantine Empire, from Constantine all the way up until the fall of Byzantium to the Muslims. So,
I was gonna actually pause a little bit sooner, but this is something like Orthodoxy in like America only in the last 5 years like started booming. I think most people like either think it's Protestantism or it's Catholicism, which schism, but arguably so. Protestantism and Catholicism are the form of Christianity that has been popular since the foundation, right, of America. And Orthodoxy seems like this really foreign thing to most Americans because arguably we are not the biggest Christian group, right? There has been, and the part of the reason is that in the Middle East, right, between the Crusades and Islam kind of trying to dominate these Middle Eastern countries, we lost a lot of people. There was a lot of martyrdom in the Middle East, right? And even in Europe, right, where Eastern Orthodoxy is still, a thing. But it is a bloody history. And I think that it's wonderful that it's coming more into the States now because it is so beautiful. Like, honestly, like, you guys have to go to like the Divine Liturgy. And I'd argue that the Orthodox people that I've met, there's just this peace that radiates from them. I am trying to be even a fraction of that. And I know some people have reached out to me and said, like, oh, Celeste, you're part of the reason why I'm looking into Orthodox. I'm like, bro, I'm just trying to be a good Christian, man. Which is cool. Like, there's just this beauty, this peace, this serenity, this traditional, Christianity that has been lost in the West. And I think that Orthodoxy can really like turn it around here for us. And at the end of the day, right, it's worshiping God, it's loving him and following what the first Christians did in the first 1,000 years. And it breaks my heart, man, that like it's so disconnected from, like American Christians are so disconnected from that traditional Christianity. Like, really, I don't know what the decision was to go away from it, but it's great, man. It's super good stuff.
Why do you say it's the most successful?
That's a common sort of academic assessment, just in terms of they flourished on a gold standard for a really long time. They started clipping the gold, money clipping, like the Roman Empire in the West had done before them and other empires. So they fell prey to usury as well.
Yeah.
So they fell to a lot of the same issues that empires tend to fall to.
Human weakness, like recognizable stuff.
Degeneracy, all of that.
Yes.
Also, rabid nationalism had a tendency to break down empires as well. I like Spengler, and I think if you read Oswald Spengler, he talks about how there's kind of a life cycle. But I think the unique aspect of the Byzantine Empire was that it
Where did it go? Why?
was
Doing this to me. We're having technical difficulties. There we go.
explicitly Christian, based on Orthodox Christianity. And so in many metrics of what it is to be successful or flourishing, it flourished. But it did fall. And I think, again, I'm not trying to measure Christianity just on worldly success, but I do think it does play out in that way at times, right? If you're really based around Christ, if your theology or civilization is logocentric, then it's going to play out that way. You're just going to prosper because you're aligned with what's true. You're aligned with that transcendent source.
That's right.
So anyway, for me, that journey ended up being eventually Orthodox Christianity.
So, but just real quick, back to the Byzantine Empire. Did you know it existed before? How many people are aware that there was a Byzantine Empire and know anything about its outline?
I mean, I think in history, like when I was younger, I think they sort of did talk about like the Byzantine Empire, but I don't think they ever brought in Christianity. As far as like I remember, I don't think Christianity ended up being part of the conversation. I think they were more focused on like Islam. over Christianity. So I don't think I ever even heard of Eastern Orthodoxy until, in the last 2 years is when I really like started, well, maybe like a year and a half, that I started hearing about it. It was always either from like some sort of secular perspective where you have these Islamic regimes taking over and things like that. Like, and it's crazy, I guess, when you think about it. Like, Christianity was definitely in the Middle East, right? Like Israel and all those other surrounding countries. Um, but the focus, I think, in a lot of history books, if I'm remembering properly, is more like Western Christianity. So, like Roman Catholicism, obviously later Protestantism, when it comes to America and other well, and Western European nations. So, oh man, it's crazy how they don't really teach about Christianity like in the Eastern Empire at all. It's crazy.
Not many people in the West. Again, there is a very clear, especially if you take humanities courses, the way they're constructed in college and maybe even younger private type schools. Like you go from you do the pre-Socratics, you do Plato and Aristotle, and then you do Augustine, maybe a Stoic or two, and then you jump to Descartes. So you skip that whole period. And not just to say Byzantium, but also, the Latin West was, explicitly Christian as well. I think it's intentionally overlooked. They don't want people reading what brilliant thinkers were doing in the Middle Ages because this is where we get universal.
The thing is if they let that happen in the history books, right? Remember, the victors of war are usually the authors of like history. So if they start to say, oh, like Christians were actually really good people, they were actually really smart and this and that, it ruins a lot of people's narratives. And I could be wrong. Obviously, there could be more specific reasons. I could just be looking too much into it, but I think that's part of it. The hatred for God, right? John 15:18, the world hated Christ and still hates Christ, obviously. And the same will be to us, John 16:33, if I recall. I'm not misquoting, right? That, to be joyful in God, because despite all the tribulation that we're going to go to, we can find peace in Him. So the world, in fact, hates God. They hate Christianity. And yeah, there have been bad people throughout history. I know Jay specifically doesn't deny the fact that there have been evil, there have been corrupt popes. There have been people even within Orthodoxy, right? Certain leaders who we're supposed to trust for the faith, you know, kind of bending the knee and giving over. But that doesn't suddenly disprove Christianity because there's some bad apples, right? That doesn't prove it at all. The truth is still the truth, even if at the end of the day, because we're human, we're gonna fall short and we are not gonna carry out the will of God the best way all the time. So people want to go, and even today, right? Like with Jay Dyer, they want to disprove orthodoxy because they think he's too mean. That doesn't take away from the truth. Yeah, again, I think he can soften the blow a little bit, but he is reaching a specific audience, and it may not be everyone, but I think it does give everybody a chance to think, well, is what I believe actually, true? Is there maybe a lot of holes in my arguments? Because everyone kind of, like in Christianity, I've noticed there's like this kind of ecumenist mindset, like, as long as you believe in Jesus, it's all good. And well, what does that belief look like? And I'm not trying to start like a denominational argument or anything, but these are questions that I myself have asked, while looking into orthodoxy, and just even as a Protestant, when I was still Protestant, non-denom or whatever, I was asking myself, what did Christianity truly look like, 1,000 years ago, 1,000+ years ago, and why are we here? What has led up to this point of so much division, of so much schism, etc.? And which claim is the closest to what that was, what Jesus left, and the apostles left as well.
Universities come out of Byzantium, they come out of the West. So do hospitals. So some of these very fundamental science itself actually comes out of that whole period. So, but
yeah. And people argue like, oh, Christians are so dumb. Like, you guys are so dumb. And it's like, we set up a lot of stuff. Like, well, what are you talking about? A lot of these, before the government is, and I'm going to talk from like the perspective of an American, I don't know about other countries, before the government started stepping in and doing social programs, it was churches that were leading and still, support the communities that they're, in. It's really upsetting that there is this erasure of Christianity. They say, oh, you guys think you're so oppressed and this and that. And the reality is that, yeah, in a way we kind of are. But we have to stay quiet because the world, like our views and our love for God doesn't fit with the current narrative that the world is trying to spin. And has been spinning really since, forever, right?
We are taught, we think that, no, these are all post-enlightenment, post-scientific revolution developments. They're not, they're medieval developments. So a lot of that's suppressed. A lot of that I had to kind of just read and learn on my own.
I mean, medieval is an adjective, but also an epithet. That's medieval.
By design.
Drawing and quartering somebody. The Dark Ages, they were dark. Like
that's all Voltaire. That's all sort of an atheistic French Revolutionary attack on what came before, by design.
When did you learn that?
Well, I was really interested in medieval thought, scholastic theology in college in my 20s. And so I was reading Aquinas and reading all these guys as I had all these atheist professors who were constantly debating with them. I did a public debate my sophomore year with the atheist professor. So I would be reading all those guys, studying philosophy and history, and then debating with those guys, and then coming to, my own conclusions about that stuff through just reading. So
interesting. I keep interrupting your story.
No,
so that
fine.
led you to Orthodoxy.
Long story short, yeah, roundabout way, I went from traditional Catholicism in my 20s to eventually, I took about 8 to 10 years to study Orthodox stuff pretty intensely. So that would be, because I'd put a lot of time into reading the Latin church fathers. So I was reading Jerome and Ambrose and a lot of Augustine's works. And then I realized I've never actually read
all things that I need to read in my limited time. I do actually I do have like stuff that you guys have gifted me before, like earlier this year. I have a lot of like a couple church father books and stuff like that I need to get to. And if you guys are curious, some of the church fathers he recommends are like really good to read. Ignatius, Polycarp, what else do I have? The Didache is a good book to read if you're a Christian, like regardless of denomination. It really shows you what like walking the Christian walk looks like. And it's an early church writing, so highly recommend looking into that. And even looking at the councils, like that's a project for me like this year, is to start looking into like the major councils, before like the schisms and stuff happened, to better my knowledge of Christianity, but also, to continue in my walk with Christ and try to be better and, show that love and show that, we live a very living faith, man, that it is something that people died, right? They died for the truth. And a lot of people want to argue that we died for a lie, but no, and I guess there's some interesting stuff that happened in those councils. Like, yeah, people were yelling. I mean, I think there was even some fighting, actually, one of them trying to tried to solidify some dogmas and stuff. But I think that, the Holy Spirit has been leading the church for, since its inception. And it's just beautiful to see. It's really a shame, though, that it's very much erased. It's like so foreign to modern day Christians for the most part.
The Eastern Church Fathers. And if you get into church history in that first millennium that you talked about, you realize that all of the 7/8 ecumenical councils of that first millennium, they're actually all had in the East. They're all called by the emperors, the Byzantine emperor. They're not called by the Pope. Certainly the Pope was either there or had legates there, so the West was represented. But it was, in its ethos, it was essentially Eastern in its Orthodox theology. So I just decided to go on a long reading track of reading all of those guys as best I could for many, many years. So that would be like the Cappadocians, that would be Basil, the two Gregories, St. Cyril of Alexandria, St. Maximus Confessor, St. John of Damascus. Those are some of the key figures in that milieu of the first 1,000 years that set the tone of all of Christianity in terms of its most fundamental doctrines, the Trinity and Christology, right? That's what Christianity is. Those two doctrines are the key sort of linchpin that it all hangs on. So the first 1,000 years is dominated by those topics. And that, in a roundabout way, a lot of people don't realize this either, that actually conditions what type of Christianity you're going to have, how it's going to affect society, how it's going to affect your life. So for example, if you have a very truncated version of, say, evangelicalism that's only based around just how you're saved, right? That's not going to affect society. And so those types of Christianities, or I would say deviations, they're also very susceptible to being used by other groups. I know you just had a guy on top.
I've been sort of going down this rabbit hole myself, and Jay was part of the reason why that I'm kind of going down the rabbit hole. You guys know how like a lot of people say don't let like politics influence like your faith, like Christianity and politics like don't mix. Well, and again, this is not against like evangelicals or anything, because again, I don't doubt that anybody here loves Christ and you're probably disconnected from these things. But back in like, I guess like the 50s, 60s, those years, there have been like, when you realize that, it wasn't just like Catholicism, like the Pope being involved with like people like the Rothschild and other, like CIA and stuff, it's also like the evangelicals. They're very much involved in politics. Like these bigger leaders and these bigger names, they've been like in bed with like the CIA and stuff. And I know it sounds kind of conspiracy theory. It's probably not like your local everyday pastor, right? It's certain big names that have been involved, and it's kind of like crazy that people say, oh yeah, don't mix like your politics and religion, but these very leaders are absolutely doing that, and at times influencing the religion itself when it should be the other way around. And it's not to say that orthodoxy hasn't had its issues, but definitely not to the degree that certain popes in history and even evangelical, charismatic leaders have in, I guess for evangelicals, maybe the last 20, 30 years, and for, Catholics, the last couple hundred years.
Talking about evangelical Zionism and
Yeah.
dispensational theology, because that theology is sort of based around an imminent, end of the world type scenario, you sort of retreat and you're not able to create a vibrant cultural effect of Christianity. That's by design. People figured that out. They were very cunning. A few centuries ago, they realized that's the kind of Christianity that can be useful. So
That theology, which I'm not an expert in, but have heard a lot about in the last couple of years, is so totally incompatible with what the New Testament actually says that it makes you wonder, like, what kind of church could fall for that? And it would be a church with a pretty thin theology and
exactly.
right, and a structure that couldn't do anything about apostasy.
And it's also antithetical to the Christianity of the first 1,000 years. And the reason I keep saying the first 1,000 years is that that's not just where we get these doctrines of the Trinity and who Jesus is formulated, but we also get the Bible. The Bible itself comes out of decisions of church fathers centuries after the apostles.
Yes.
Yep. Yep. 100% Jay. That's where we get the canon. That's where we get a lot of dogmas and things that set the trajectory for like Christianity and stuff. It wasn't after like the 1500s or anything. A lot of this was already set in stone pretty much by the early church. Yo, Karu Kanajo, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. God bless you. I hope you're doing well.
So if we're going to have a church or a religion based on the Bible, we really already truncate Christianity, because the Bible itself in our ethos is a liturgical document. It's actually part of a liturgy. It's not a personal devotional book primarily. So to divorce it from that context, divorce it from the community that produced it, is what produces sort of aberrant, truncated versions of the religion that make it susceptible to princes, foreign governments, NGOs, think tanks, foundations. They become essentially tools of soft power, which is what I think much of the evangelical Protestant world today, not indicting the individuals, but the groups, the denominations, they're very easily bought off. For example, very wealthy families in the West about 100 years ago were able to buy off many of the mainline Protestant denominations and turn them into effectively NGOs. Just one example, the Rockefellers, and they're not the only family, but they're one of the families that invested.
Dude, I remember learning about the Rockefellers back in like, it was either high school or like college. I don't remember. Probably high school though. And now that I'm older and, I am absolutely trying my best to follow God as much as I possibly can and see the evils of this world, it's crazy, right? How this whole argument of don't mix politics and religion couldn't be further from the truth when it comes to a lot of these bigger leaders and charismatic people trying to subvert Christianity, and how these will be the exact people to tell you not to do that, but behind closed doors they're very much the people doing that, whether it's for power, whether it's the enemy trying to subvert Christianity. Like we really need to be founded in Christ, bro, because this is the kind of stuff that ruins generations. It's the kind of stuff that makes Christians look like a bunch of idiots. Because these are the people coming in, and we kind of just let them step over us because our foundation is rocky. And I genuinely believe if a bunch of people in America went back to orthodoxy, we'd have less of an infiltration problem. Although, in the last couple of weeks, I did see that there was this woman trying to infiltrate orthodoxy, and she had done so with Catholicism, talking about, these woke ideologies and agendas, and how, if you bring it to like America, you're gonna be subverting people's cultures. And it's like orthodoxy doesn't seek to destroy anyone's culture. If anything, it makes it better, and it takes elements of their culture and it focuses on Christ ultimately, right? At the end of the day. So
very heavily in not just the UN, but also the World Council of Churches to create a sort of a supra international version of the UN that would be for religions. And they were very explicit in their biographies about how this was to basically make it kind of an NGO. So make Christianity into kind of a form of soft power for American interests, really oligarchical interests. And that's one of the weak points, I would say, of Protestant theology, evangelical theology, is that it's very susceptible to that. Not to say that the Roman Catholic Church or even amongst the Orthodox Church, there aren't people that are susceptible to the same types of subversion, but I think it's a lot more difficult when you have an ancient historic type of church that has certain structural integrity and normativity to it,
Right.
that, Billy Bob Strip Mall Church, right, doesn't have.
Imagine
I die when he breaks up Billy Bob's strip mall church, bro. Not all Protestant churches are obviously like strip malls or anything. I think that's just him trolling. Thank you for the raid as well here, Guide Kanaja. Really appreciate you. God bless you and welcome in, guys. What's up? Welcome in. But yeah, I think this is gonna be like an ad, so I'm gonna go ahead and try to skip forward here a little bit.
the sensation, if you will, of going John says for
Hold on, let me go ahead and skip here.
unlike Billy Bob's strip mall church, the 2,000-year-old church can say, wait a second, we've never believed this, we've never done this. Why would we be changing? There is a sense of continuity.
And that's something that people get upset at me about when I like talk about orthodoxy as if I'm trying to bash them. I'm not trying to bash you. But what I am trying to say is that, at the end of the day, we talk about the church and such because it does create stability, right? This is what Christ has left us. And there have not been any major changes, right? There are changes in orthodoxy, right? Because the times change, but it's never been in terms of major theological, changes compared to like Protestantism and even to some extent Catholicism. And so I can, again, I don't want anyone to ever take it personally when I talk about orthodoxy, because at the end of the day, we're worshiping Christ, we're loving him, and through the church, we preserve, right, those teachings and that love and that truth, because we can't just worship in spirit. The Bible does say to worship in spirit, but the Bible also says to worship in truth, and that very same verse is to worship in spirit and in truth. And I believe, based on what I've learned and such, that orthodoxy is still holding to that truth. And we have the structure that doesn't allow for these major changes or shifts in ideology or these acceptance of these different ideologies that even the apostles themselves didn't hold. And I would say that that's important, because if you have that stable structure, no wind of doctrine that comes is going to knock it out, right? Within Protestantism, can't deny that. And of course, it's not all Protestants, right, that have these crazy out of the world ideologies, but the framework that it has does allow for that. Because if you don't agree with something, well, you can kind of splinter off, you can schism, you can go to another church that maybe better suits what you think. And I'm not doubting that people are pursuing the truth, but that truth, I think a lot of it has already been cleared and revealed to us what we need to know. And I think that Protestantism breaks that chain. It really does, of that continuity, of that structure, of that stability. And so when these world governments and these other religions try to kind of creep in, well, now the defense is weak. How can we defend our faith if we're not truly united, if we're not truly standing for something that's more stable, that Christ has left us? Because yes, we need to love the Lord with all our hearts. All of that is true. But we need to also do it in the truth as well. We can't just say we believe in Jesus and then we're doing something that wasn't practiced, let's say within the first 500 to 1,000 years of Christianity. That, to me, that never really made sense. And so I want to continue to just be a good example. I'm not here to force you guys to become Orthodox or anything. I hope that my testimony and speaking with you all and just showing you love, will encourage you to maybe look. But I think it's something really important to think about. Plus, we're also the title of this video. You know, we're diving into some deep and different stuff here. So
Continuity.
There's also like, if you have the attitude of a standard sort of Protestant evangelical person, there's nothing in history settled, because every generation kind of has to reinvent the wheel. They have to redo all the same controversies and crises all over again, because they could have all been wrong. Nothing is settled, right? Because for Protestant evangelical Christianity, the Bible and the apostles are kind of like the end. I know that a lot of Protestants would say, well, we like Athanasius, we like, St. Augustine or whoever. But when you actually go and read them, they have bishops, they have relics, they have the Eucharist, they have all these elements that don't align with Protestant Reformation. So I was an avid Calvinist. I was super into John Calvin and all that stuff when I was a younger guy. And it was unsettling, to read these guys and realize, well, they don't teach Calvinism. So what am I going to do here? Either not be a Christian, or I can align myself with whatever the first 1,000 years of Christianity actually is. And I say the first 1,000 years too, because Catholics and Orthodox share that first 1,000 years. So we both have that in common. So I think that narrows it down. It's either going to be Roman Catholicism or it's going to be Orthodoxy.
But what about Orthodoxy struck you as non-Calvinist? Like, what are the differences, the big differences?
So, Calvinism is not just predestination and the sort of strict soteriology or salvation doctrines. It's also iconoclasm, which ends up, I think, affecting one's view of art and aesthetics.
Idol smashing?
Correct. And I was a very avid sort of iconoclastic Calvinist when I was young. It's also very rigid in terms of its view of social structure, church and state. The more I read the church fathers, the more I got into that kind of a theology, I realized that like Calvinistic sort of republicanism doesn't really match up with Byzantine imperialism or monarchy, the traditional views of the churches.
yeah, that's a big thing, and I would argue pushes towards like hyper individualism too. And again, I'm not knocking Protestants here. I think you guys, a lot of you, or especially my friends, I love you guys very much. But I think that it's fair to make assessments, and what it kind of opens, like something I thought of is that Protestantism allows for a lot of private interpretation, a lot of, schisming and stuff like that, which I think is very much encourages as well, like a very hyper individualistic society, or mindset that the West holds overall. And so there's like, not to say that there isn't community at all, but at the end of the day, everyone kind of is like their own little island, and you can like sort of be near other people's islands. But there is never like this true unity, like, yeah, we're all on this one island and everything. So that's just kind of like an observation that I had. I'm not trying to dig deep and give you like a 10-page report. That's just, my own commentary.
Take on governance.
The Byzantine Empire was a theocracy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, pretty much.
Also, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. And thank you, Cussing Caesar, for the resubscribe. Appreciate you a lot.
What's interesting is that there are spheres, right? So you have basically, if you think about the Byzantine double-headed eagle, that symbol is one body of the people, but church and state as two separate heads. So there's spheres of authority, but one body that they share, which is the people. So, and then the West, to a degree, had this until the Middle Ages, when you get sort of a rise of the 11th century papacy, which becomes also the state. So you get a papal states and a sort of under Pope, Dictatus Papae is the famous document that says the church is also a state now. But until that time, the norm was church and state sort of working in unison. Symphonia is what it's called in the Greek. So that's what I had to grapple with. But Calvinism really doesn't see it that way. It's more like it favors republicanism. There were famous battles between, in England, for example, the Presbyterians and the monarchists. So they actually had a huge fight within the history of the English Reformation as to whether they would be Anglican sort of monarchists or whether they would be Presbyterian Republican Calvinists. So that was a famous, Reformation battle. But long story short, again, like, Calvinism, I think, is just, it's antithetical to the first 1,000 years of Christianity, not so much because of those aesthetic or cultural issues. It's also Christologically errant in that the whole idea of what salvation is ultimately one's legal standing in terms of what's called justification by faith alone, or penal substitutionary atonement. This idea that you're justified by God through a sort of notional acceptance of a set of ideas, and then God's attitude towards you changes. So it's dispositional, but it's not focused on an actual ontological change in the person. Orthodox theology is very different. God's disposition is based not on purely a legal stance, but on your actual ontological change. So a metaphysical change in you versus a dispositional attitude. So maybe we don't get too heavy into philosophy, but
I do want to. What's the difference between the two?
Basically, there's an idea in the Middle Ages called nominalism. Have you heard of that?
Yes.
Okay, so nominalism is the idea that there are only names to things, not essences. So there's no human nature, there's no dog nature. When we talk about natures or classes or sets of things, we're not giving an ontological or metaphysical status. We're just simply classing things together linguistically in a set. The Middle Ages and the ancient world, the time of Paul or the church fathers, they thought very differently. They thought that things have natures, they have essences. And so the words aren't just terms or nominal nameism. They actually describe what's really there in them metaphysically. Okay. So there is human nature. And in Orthodox theology, Christ assumes.
Who would deny that?
In the Middle Ages, it begins with people like William of Ockham. So Ockham is the first nominalist. And
The man with the razor.
exactly, he's known for that. And he challenges some kind of established ideas of like it's called essentialism, that things have essences. And so he also goes up against this idea of universals, that there's no such thing as a universal class or essence of a thing. And that had been kind of the norm since Plato and Aristotle as well. But so you get a denial of essentialism and essences, and then you get another guy named Gabriel Biel, and he's very influential on Martin Luther. And so when the Reformation kicks off, there's this debate about how could you be called righteous if you're not in fact righteous. So if as a human being you are, menstrual rags, as Isaiah says, as the Reformer said, then how could God call you righteous without being?
They're what rags? Did he say menstrual rags? Oh my gosh. That is a wild statement to make about someone. Oh my gosh. John, did I hear that right? Oh my, dude, that woke me up. That woke me up a little bit. I'm like, what?
Liar. What enter in nominalism, and nominalism is able to say, because things don't actually have essences, they just have names. And so if God calls you that, you are that legally, even though in actual fact you're wicked. So that was, and Luther was very happy to utilize that nominalistic approach. And by the way, this is not just my theory. There's famous Lutheran scholars. There's a book called Harvest of Medieval Theology by Heiko Obermann. And the whole thesis of that book by a Lutheran is that Luther had to use nominalism. So we're also, though, moving away, not just from theological squabbles, but the idea that things have natures. And this is how we get to David Hume and Kant and these Enlightenment figures, which give us the, scientific revolution, supposedly. This is how we get to there's no male and female. So you can see kind of the logical train here. If things don't have essences, well, then they don't actually have genders, right? Objectively, because everything's just a name. So I can just name myself he, him, or ze, it, right? I'm not trying to go too fast or too far in the sense of like theology, but I'm saying there is an ideological sort of progression that you can get from nominalism to where we are now with postmodernism, and then with essentially.
It's interesting that an adult could believe in something like that. I mean, having lived your life, known people, known animals, seen nature, and arrive at the conclusion that nothing has an essence, everything is just what we call it, like that flies in the face of your experience. It has to, right?
What's that saying that you have to be an academic to be really stupid?
Yeah,
right?
I guess that's right.
Yeah. To be indoctrinated into believing some sort. I remember Terence McKenna. Do you remember the psychonaut Terence McKenna? I remember reading it one time, and he said something like,
"This is all just magical thinking. This if you take the shroom, you're gonna see."
Oh yeah, we're gonna take the shroom, Chad. We're gonna eat it up, and then we're gonna see the angels in the sky. We might need the magic shoes, Chad. Someone get the redeem. We gotta get the shroomies in the place. All right, Chad. I'm reaching my point of zen. We're about to go to the next dimension, Chad. With this one, we're about to go here. It's crazy just how like corrupt some of these people are throughout history. And sorry, I should be pausing a little more often, but I'm very much engrossed in what he's saying. So, dude, it's just like it's one thing after another, and when you start to kind of step outside your bubble and just see how chaotic the world is, like I don't know, like how my brain hasn't been entirely fried by just how evil, right, some of these people are, and how they try to take Christianity, spin it into what they want it to be, and people eat it up. It's literally the Bible talks about this, the tickling of the ears, man. Oh my gosh, like it just hit me like a truck. Like, does anybody else feel that way? Like the tickling of the ears with some of these, quote unquote Christian groups? They're like the most sinister, vile people. They don't care about your faith. They don't care about your soul. And then someone who may seem harsh, but is telling you the truth, they care about your soul more times than not, man.
That things don't have essences, that things just have names, and you just change the name.
and I'm like, that's the gender idea right there.
Christians ought to be safe in the Holy Land of
He said, what about the Holy Land?
all places,
Hold on.
but they are not. Keep in mind, these are the descendants of the first converts, the first people who followed Jesus.
What is this guy trying to sell me? Is he a salesman? 2 ads in the video. It's driving me
Kind of
insane.
apogee. The gender insanity is just the most obvious.
But it has a precedent.
Yeah. And we were talking about this earlier, guys, with the transhumanism stuff. So I'm glad that they're like bringing this up is there is this push for this gender ideology thing, trying to make these neutral words, trying to call women like birth parrot or whatever the heck, giving birth. It's like insane to me, this subversion of language, but people eat it up because, and no offense, and I was like this too, and sometimes I'm probably still like to some extent this, is that we don't search outside of our bubbles. We're like, yeah, like Jesus, hippie, peace, the world, stuff is happening in the world, but like hippie, peace, love, bro, like, yeah. And it's like, okay, peace and love, great. But can we also address the elephants in the room? And that's something that I want to seek to do with like my channel going forward is, there are these very real things happening in the world. And I know that this will stop me from being popular because, people come to VTubers to escape for like entertainment and all of that other stuff. But I think as a Christian, we are in a unique spot as content creators where we can talk about these things happening in the world while still being loving and being direct with people about what is going on. How is the enemy trying to fool us? Because when I see these kinds of conversations, and even I myself have them, it's a matter of breaking down how that evil is in the world today. Now, obviously, we shouldn't get too lost in the sauce about every little evil thing that's going on, or else we're going to explode. But there are some really major things that have been set in motion for decades, if not hundreds of years, thousands even, right? And the enemy will try to pervert the truth of the gospel, the truth of Christ, the truth of who we are, how God made us, right? Even Brother talked about it, right? The image, we're made in the image of God, in our faculties and our thinking, right? Not necessarily in appearance per se, because God is spiritual, but in those other important things that make us who we are. And it is heartbreaking when I see Christians, whether they come after me or in general, they'll say like against people like Jay, for example, who, again, he's very academic. And I think for very academic people, he kind of fills in this gap of Christianity and logic and human logic, is that we're so worried about just this peace and love and the serenity of God that we forget that there is a battle that we're fighting, right? The Bible even says it, right? We don't fight against flesh and blood, but principalities and powers. And so when Christians say don't talk about politics, look, I'm not saying talk about politics all the time, right? We do have to also nourish ourselves spiritually, but we also have to remember that once we are sort of nourished, we need to go back into the fight. We need to pray, right? And obviously the fight looks different for everyone, but we need to go pray. We need to talk about what's going on in the world. We need to show that Christ is the answer, and this is how he is the answer. It goes against your current ideology, which is, in this case, we're talking about transgenderism and amongst other things too. And with love, try to help people wake up and plant the seed within them. Of course, Christ is ultimately going to do the transformation within them. But if they don't even know and we just like leave it, we're going to lose a lot of people that we probably could have helped. And of course, everyone has free will. I believe everyone has free will to do what it is that they want. But I think these conversations are also super important to have in order for more and more people to really wake up to this. Because, yeah, a lot of people will argue that God can do these things. He can not let us slip into error. But we also have to remember that the fact that we're made in God's image, we have the faculties to reason. We have the faculties to choose whether we choose him or we choose the world, whether we choose the enemy. So I think that conversations like these are important, even if there's a bunch of wackos out there in the world. And we should try not to get too engrossed with politics and things of man, but at the same time, we can't avoid it entirely, because that is exactly the things that the Bible warns us about and that we need to make people aware of.
In this
right.
theology debate.
That's
which most people
amazing.
don't
I'd
know.
never heard that before. Huh. I'm sorry to hear that about Luther, who I've always loved. There's a lot to love about Luther. in
He's
my
a character,
opinion,
yeah.
for sure. Quite
He would actually chase the devil away with farts, which I think is great.
quite a robust man
right.
and a happy family life and everything about him I like, but that is impossible to defend. It just flies in the face of reality.
Yeah, and even modern scholarship in the Protestant world. There's a great book by Alistair McGrath out of England. I think he's Anglican. It's called Justitia Dei, and his book was kind of a landmark in Protestants coming to the table and saying, okay, look, Luther's doctrine of salvation is not in the first 1,500 years, unfortunately.
So the understanding of salvation that preceded the Reformation was that people had to be changed in their essence in order to be saved.
Yes. So there's an actual participation in what Orthodox theology calls the uncreated energies. So we believe that God has infinite divine energies and operations, attributes, as it's called in the West. And for Orthodox theology, and this is the patristic teaching as well, we participate in that. So we're not just changing a legal status, we're actually participating in the life of God himself, which when you go back and you read the New Testament, you're like, oh, actually, well, that makes more sense because Jesus says in John 17 that he came to give us a share in the glory that he had with the Father before the foundation of the world. So divine glory can't be a creature. And so Jesus is equating grace with divine glory. So unless you think God has created parts, which would be polytheism or some form of idolatry, uncreated grace has to be a reality that's a participable thing.
Well, Jesus promises that the Holy Spirit will flow into people and change them.
Right.
And that happens.
Spirit's not a creature, because then you would be anti-Trinitarian. So absolutely, this is why Peter says in his epistle, right, that we become partakers of the divine nature. So very strong language in the New Testament and the epistles for what we call theosis in the Orthodox Church. Paul says, for example, in Thessalonians, that it is the dunamis, or the power of God, that is at work in him.
And I also want to pause here real quick. I know that they're kind of jumping between a couple different topics right now, but people really don't. And I mean, I think it's people don't like Catholicism and Orthodoxy because they think it's a works-based salvation, and I don't think it's all Protestants. I think that I've met some pretty reasonable Protestants who are like, yeah, I actually kind of agree with a lot of what you guys are saying, but these are some things that like are deal breakers for me or whatever. But there are unfortunately a lot of Protestants, not all, who see Orthodoxy as a works-based salvation, and I don't think they quite understand theosis, that we are cooperating with God's grace. And this is just stuff that I've learned. I'm not a theologian. I'm not a priest. I encourage you, if you are interested in learning more about this, to go check out, priests who have talked about this. But from my understanding, what I've learned, we're in synergy and cooperation with God. That doesn't mean that our works save us. I don't think anyone in Orthodoxy ever has believed that our works are saving us, but rather that we are cooperating with God in order, Orthodox put it this way: are saved, are being saved, we're going to be saved, because we haven't passed from this earth yet, those of us who are here. So we have a journey, right? And it's a long one. Sanctification is part of salvation. Participating in the life of the church is part of salvation. Taking the Eucharist is, a life-giving mystery, but also part of our salvation. It's something that we're called to do. And so, looking back at my time as a Protestant, man, I was so disconnected from that. I thought it was like all paganism, just, these traditions of man that everybody says it is. And it's like, well, God left us this, the apostles left us this, in order for us to, imperfectly walk towards our loving God, who has left all of this, his church, his wonderful church, to help continue to guide us, and many people who died for the faith. And so, not to say that Protestants in the beginning didn't have, their qualms weren't, to be ignored, but I think that schisming is one of the worst things that has happened, like in Christianity, is just schisming. Because now it's this disjointed thing that doesn't look like Christianity that we had in the start. Unless, of course, you went to Orthodoxy, but, I think that it's something that we need to really like seriously like look into. And I think more Protestants, I would love, once I learn more, to talk to you guys more about this in love, because I think that the love for Christ and seeking him is there, but it is an incomplete faith that needs more of this learning, right, to really go back and understand what it is that Christ actually left us and the apostles too. Because once we can figure that out, I think that we'd be an unstoppable force as a whole, as Christians, against things like Islam, or even, and no offense to atheists, I love you guys. I have nothing against you as people, but obviously it is very contradicting to, Christianity, and I would hope that, you can open your hearts and come to the Lord someday. But yeah.
So the actual power of God, which can't be a created thing, or created grace, which unfortunately, even in Latin Roman Catholic Church in the Middle Ages, created grace becomes a normative thing, where what you're getting is just another form of created The Orthodox Church is saying, no, the incarnation itself tells us that the uncreated united itself to human nature in incarnation, and that Jesus deified the human nature that he assumed with his own immortality, grace, and uncreated energy.
The role of the Bible in the Protestant world versus the Orthodox world, you described it this way, I think. You said in Protestant Christianity, the Bible is seen as like a tool, as what's a guide. Of course, it's the guide, the only guide, really, and it is a devotional.
Yeah.
But in the Orthodox Church, it's a liturgical document.
Correct.
What does that mean?
Liturgos has to do with the Greek word of offering, or offering of thanks, offering of praise. But it's also in the Hebrew tradition. We think that was proto-Christianity, the ancient Hebrew text. It was part of, for example, David's Psalms. Those were Psalms that David wrote to be sung at the temple liturgy.
Right.
So liturgy is a sort of structured form of worship that Orthodox, Roman Catholics, Anglicans, Episcopalians, they have a very structured form of worship that is called liturgy. But originally it just means sort of offering. And even in Pauline epistles, like the book of Hebrews, towards the end of it in chapter 13, Paul talks about Christians have an altar that they eat from, that the Jews that serve at the tabernacle have no right to eat from, because our altar is the true altar, which is...
Ooh, the Judeo-Christians are angrily walking into their chat. They are typing away, Jay. They're telling you, my Judeo-Christian thing is what you need to believe in. We're still connected to them, and they have the truth, and it's fine for them to be Jewish. Bro, I'm still trying to understand, like, the whole Judeo-Christian thing. I think it started out as one thing, and it's completely gone into this whole social crazy commentary that has nothing to do with Christianity. Or they're trying really hard to say, like, yeah, it's fine that the Jews practice this way. They're going to be saved because they're God's people. And it's like, they betrayed Christ, and now we are God's people. You know what I'm saying?
Thus, a liturgical altar. That very chapter he discusses the liturgical thanks and offering at the altar. So from the earliest days, Christianity had this sort of altar-based form of worship. Again, another Reformation distinctive is that they began to move away from the idea of an altar towards a table, right? So you have sort of a desacralizing of the worship space to not be the Eucharistic offering, but a shared meal, which, and we're not totally opposed to the idea of it being a shared meal, but it's first and foremost a worship offering. If you go back to Abraham built an altar. God is always worshipped at an altar, at least the biblical God. So for us, the Reformation then represents a form of turning away from that. It's a form of sort of Judaizing. It's a form of returning to a form of rabbinical theology. And many of the reformers were actually very influenced by rabbinic theology, by the Talmud even. So the Reformation has a stream of influences, Renaissance humanism, all those things play into that. And it's just very...
Well, Luther was not in that category, though, no?
He was not interested in rabbinic theology, but he was influenced by what's a text called the Theologia Germanica, which was a Neoplatonic text. And so there's also some evidence that scholars have pulled up that suggests that Luther might have had an interest in Hermeticism. I'm not saying that dominates his idea, but more so with Calvin and some of the Swiss reformers, they were a little more directly influenced by rabbinic theology and Talmudism, but not so much Luther, no. Luther was very he didn't even like Moses. He said, I'd like to punch Moses' teeth out. so Luther didn't even like the Old Testament at times. But again, he's a boisterous sort of,
he certainly was
satirical character at times. So it's hard to know exactly.
The most hilarious theologian in history.
He was very hilarious. So it's hard to know exactly when he's always being literal. He might just be joking around. But no, I don't mean to mischaracterize, because I know Luther wrote about the Jews and their lives. That's a famous text that he wrote. So I'm aware of that. But just in terms of the general, trends of the Reformation outside of Luther, with Calvin, Zwingli, Melanchthon, even later Lutherans were very involved in the founding of Rosicrucianism. Johann Andre is believed by some scholars to be the author of the Rosicrucian Manifesto. I forget exactly what it's called, but so that is there, and a lot of that has to do with Kabbalistic ideas.
Who are the Rosicrucians?
This was an Enlightenment era secret society of sorts, which in the 1600s, 1700s, there was a lot of these that were popping up everywhere, because you still had, in Protestant countries, you had certain laws that would, and in Catholic countries as well, they would forbid participation in secret societies. They would forbid, practicing of the occult in various ways. But you also had court alchemists and people that would kind of, like John Dee, he was the court astrologer to the Queen. So they would kind of do these things on the down low, secretly. And so you get a rise of these secret societies. This is where some of the first speculative Masonic lodges start to pop up in the 1500s, 1600s in Europe. But you also had a very interesting confluence of Hermetic and Kabbalistic groups that were popping up, particularly Spanish rabbis that were very popular in Spain seemed to be involved in some of the rise of Kabbalistic influence in the West. And that, I think.
Okay, this is like, whatever he's talking about right now is like totally out of my league. So I'm gonna see if I can I may watch the fuel. The fuel. Okay, guys, who turned off my English button? I may watch the full thing at a different time, but I do want to see what other topics he goes into that are more down my alley. Because when he's talking about, I'm like, I'm like, huh? What are you talking about, dude? My brain. Ooh, the difference between Orthodoxy, Catholicism, and Protestantism. Okay, I'll
What are the
skip right
practical
here.
differences as a weekly
Okay, guys, so this section is going to be talking about like Protestantism, Catholicism, and Protestantism, like the differences. So I know it sort of cut out that part.
communicant in an Orthodox church? How is that different from being a Catholic or Protestant?
Well, certainly we would have more similarities to a Roman Catholic than most Protestants or evangelicals. You know, there might be a high church Protestant or Anglican communion that would have some similarities with Orthodox Church, but I think, you know, for the Orthodox world, fasting is a lot more integrated into what we do than most.
Fasting?
Yeah. There's a lot of fasting days in the Orthodox church calendar.
Well, what does that mean for you?
Oh, just abstaining from certain foods. Lent is a little more rigorous for the Orthodox than it is for...
Why fasting?
Well, we think that Jesus and the apostles and people like John the Baptist kind of set the tone for retaining an element of asceticism in the church. So obviously some people could take that to the extreme. We're not Hindu yogis, you know, sitting out under a tree trying to...
No, dude, I am the Hindu yogi, master guru of all 4 nations: fire, earth, water. Oh my gosh, dude. Now I'm gonna go and off the rails talk about about Avatar the Last Airbender. Let's go. No, chat, don't even get me started on Avatar the Last Airbender, okay? Nothing happens in Bossing Say. Understand this now, okay? You understand, chat. Very good.
you know, roll around and poop or whatever. But we do think there is...
Yeah, dude. The beefs that him and like Jim Bob have against Indians kills me all the freaking time, bro. Oh my gosh, Jay.
virtue in training the body to be subject to the will so that the body's desires and passions don't control us. So that's why fasting has an important role. Basically learning to control the passions is what that's part of.
How often do you fast?
I am not the best at fasting because I have a really weird gut biome issues, so I don't fast as much as I should. It's very challenging. But there's also people that there's nuances for medical issues. But the Orthodox Church fasts quite a bit, usually from various meats and stuff like that. But
yeah, dude, Orthodox fasting is insane, but like in a good way. In a good way. It is so hardcore, man. Like, Lent was crazy. Like, you guys think that Catholic Lent is sort of hard? Try Orthodox Lent. It's even like you do not eat any meat. Like, there is a specific way to fast in Orthodoxy. I failed. I'm gonna be honest. I failed at my first Lent. Well, maybe not, because the intention isn't so much to you know, like, obviously, you know, to fast is important, right? That's part of the point of doing it. But it isn't like if you fail, if you don't do it all the way, you're some terrible person. No, but it's truly seeking God with your heart and giving these things up in order to focus on Him, right? To improve our spiritual life. But Pashka, Lent, all of that was beautiful. And the, you know, liturgies and stuff behind it, and how, you know, Christ died for us and how we should give everything to Him is like really amazing. And it made me cry, but like Lent was so hard. And then on top of that, like outside of Lent, there's so many like I think half the year they're kind of fasting actually. I have not done a very good job, unfortunately. And I'm gonna be honest, I haven't really done a very good job at fasting, and I really want to like focus on it. But yeah, like if you're a carnivore, like Orthodoxy, Orthodoxy is gonna be a little difficult. But I think that it's worth giving our lives over to God and trying to be disciplined spiritually for it. So.
It's not just fasting that's different. I think for the Orthodox Church, it's not just about food. Fasting is also almsgiving, because you're sort of, it's self-denial that's not just about diet. It's also, you, for example, during Lent, it would be appropriate to confess more. It would be appropriate to give more than you normally would. So we make a pretty big deal about things like almsgiving. Whereas, and I'm not saying that other groups don't give, but I think that's stressed a lot more in the Orthodox Church than it is perhaps in Protestant churches or other domains. But I mean, these are just kind of, there's immense differences, I would say, between just the, I mean, communion is a lot more serious in the Orthodox Church. You don't commune unless you're Orthodox. You can't, like, we don't have what's called open communion. So Roman Catholic can't come or Protestant can't come and just commune. Most churches are way more open about that. It's very strict in the Orthodox Church in terms of communion. And usually within the liturgy, the priest says, you know, all who are baptized Christians who have prepared themselves through confession may approach the table, because we take it very seriously. We think it is actually, you know, the body, blood, soul, and uncreated energy of Christ. So we don't want to treat that lightly. And I'm not saying that Protestants don't have a reverence for their version of the sacrament, but it's just a lot more serious, I think, in the Orthodox Church than it is elsewhere. But we do have some of the sacramental principles, like confession to a priest, that Protestants don't have. So again, there's a whole milieu of wide scope of differences between.
Everybody wants your attention. Think about
Third ad and or fourth. Come on, Tucker. I know you gotta pay the rent, but like, come on.
I was becoming
Even Shoe One Head has one ad, as far as I'm aware, in her entire video. Come on.
change your view of government and its role.
That's an interesting question. When I was a Calvinist, I was more like a sort of libertarian, get the state out of everything.
It is the religion of libertarianism, isn't it?
But as I got more into historic Christianity, I started to realize that, well, maybe republicanism isn't like the highest form of government. Like maybe it's not necessarily the best. So, and I'd never read any critiques of, Republican governance and whatnot, but it turns out there've been, quite a few people, especially after scientific revolution, there were conservatives and right-wingers who were writing pretty, I would say, substantial critiques of republicanism. I think even members of royal families were writing pretty good critiques of.
Well, naturally.
Yeah. They have a vested interest in probably that, right?
But I mean, no, but there were liberal in the best sense minded people who believed in inalienable rights, who argued that a Republican form of government, self-government, democracy would devolve into tyranny.
True. Plato wrote even back in his day that, and he was, of course, a proponent of republicanism, but he wrote that the more decentralized in the sense of democracy, he didn't like democracy at all. He thought that would eventually lead to mobocracy and the rule of the passions, because the oligarch in that type of a democratic setting has the incentive to appeal to the biggest number.
Yeah, that's very true. Look, I think the right and conservatives, not traditionalists, but look, I think that conservatives and liberals are probably part of the same coin. They just have one side is maybe a little more closer to Christianity than the other, but at the end of the day, it a lot of it does appeal to big numbers, and if you can tickle the ears of a lot of people, you have them hooked for life, and or until they wake up and stop being cringe. But very fair points that he's making, for sure.
At the lowest basis, lowest common denominator, and then it becomes incumbent upon him to really play on the passions of the mob. So why not debase the people, because they're easier to control, the mob? So there's an incentive that even Plato noticed back then.
I think he writes in the Republic, if this happens, they're going to legalize weed.
They're going to legalize everything to do with butt stuff.
Yep.
So it becomes fake and gay.
It becomes fake and gay, and then the frogs are turned gay by the fluoride in the water.
So he sought, I think, in various ways, even as a pagan philosopher, to try to figure out some way to have a society based on sort of objective, almost mathematical principles. By the end of the Republic, it's sort of like you get the impression that he thinks that you need to go study mathematics on the top of a mountain for 20 years, and then you come back and then you sort of instantiate mathematical forms into the society. And it's interesting because later on, by the end of his life, he seems to progress towards more of like a secret society type of governance, because he has this, I guess I'm going from memory, maybe the Symposium or the other one, but he argues that there's this Council of Night in IGHT, which is a governance board of like spy chiefs.
Yep.
And so they meet at night because the public's too stupid to know what's going on. So, which is,
What is it? This is coming straight out of a freaking thriller? No, not thriller, but what genre movie is this? Like a take over the world alien invasion movie plot? Is this what's going on?
just weird because it reminds me of, like, I remember reading something about Kissinger talking about the wise men, and like it's like Plato's talking about like Henry Kissinger's form of like secret government.
And we devolved to the level of Jeffrey Epstein from
exactly
Coney
right.
Island.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but it's all the same thing. It's just Jeffrey Epstein was an idiot, which no one wants to say, but he was, obviously, when you read his writing. And so it's sort of our version of that.
Yeah.
So I notice that the enthusiasm for liberal democracy, whatever that is, but our system of government that has produced our culture, enthusiasm is waning for that. Like, I don't know many people I don't know anyone who wants dictatorship, just to be clear, but I don't know anybody, I literally don't know anybody who thinks the current system is working. So that suggests it probably won't last. So what comes next and what should come next?
Yeah, there's no easy answer to that. I mean, I think, again, when you look at Christian history, even in the West or in the Orthodox East, you have a pretty normative tradition of kings and queens, preferably kings, but and that happens through a semi-sacramental service called a coronation service. So, the Orthodox Church always coronated emperors, czars, kings. Some of the most famous, kings in the history of the Orthodox Church, fought massive battles. they went to war. So I think one thing that ties into this idea of a de-Christianizing of the state, which is part and parcel with that sort of tendency in the Calvinist, libertarian type of tradition, the classical liberal ethos, is there's a famous Russian statesman, Papanatiev, who wrote a book, Reflections of a Russian Statesman, around 1890s. And he said, when you de-Christianize the state, you don't get liberty. You get another cult that runs the state.
Exactly.
And he noticed that when...
Dude, that is so bad. It's like, you can try to like remove one person or try to like change the system, but if you don't like carefully do it and it's not under, the structure of like true like Christianity, bro, it's cooked. It doesn't matter like what you do, it's just cooked. Because the next person who's gonna come in equally as bad or worse as the last person. They may not show it right away, but they will eventually like plague everything with their dumb ideologies.
I have too.
before the Bolsheviks, right? So
really?
Yeah, he had looked at the French Revolution and prior examples, and he said, you just get another cult that steps in and runs things.
So you're always going to be governed by religious fanatics.
Yes.
So the question is, which religion?
You want some good ones, or at least some nicer ones? Or yeah,
I've noticed that just from knowing people who run countries, like they're all deeply religious people. Most won't admit it. You think Macron is not religious, so he's very religious. It's just not your religion.
It's some other Luciferian.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
I don't know what. So I think the Reformation, whether it intended to or not, ultimately kind of severed the relationship that the church had already sort of normalized between church and state, that symphonia that we talked about. And then and it's a confluence of interests. It's not just ideologues like Martin Luther or whatever. In fact, many of the reformers had very powerful, like for example, Luther's Reformation wouldn't have succeeded without the German princes being behind it.
Of
So
course.
he
Of course, they were.
Yeah, honestly, the church, the Catholic Church definitely would not have allowed him to do it. They were not gonna let him do it. He was gonna get anywhere without the supporting of the state. But honestly, I really wish he had gone to Eastern Orthodoxy. I think he had. Well, and I could be wrong, but supposedly he sent like a letter or something to the patriarchs or whatever. I don't know who. But it would have. I wonder if like Protestantism wouldn't have been a thing if Luther became Orthodox. That's something I think about every now and then. Is like, how different would Christianity look like if Luther and like the other people who were looking to reform actually went to like Orthodoxy, bro? That would have been so based. But with all the social political stuff that's like going on, I don't think that Orthodoxy would have fit what people who were escaping, Europe to make a better life here in North America. I don't think it would have like worked with their ideologies and things like that they were focusing on, which is kind of sad because you'd think they'd be wanting to seek the truth, but obviously probably not everyone who like was on the Mayflower and these other boats and such, not all of them were probably religious at all, or they might have been culturally religious but not really like, seeking the faith. Who knows? We cannot cry over spilled milk.
Resentful because they didn't want to spend the money.
they didn't want to be under the Pope. They were tired of the papacy.
Of course, and Germany was emerging as the great power in Europe,
Exactly.
and like, why would you want to be ruled by Italy?
Exactly. So there was a lot of resentment, papal stuff going on. Same with Henry VIII. He didn't want to, be under the Pope's rules about his ladies. So those combinations of interests. By the way, there's also a Jewish influence on the Reformation as well. In fact, there were, according to Carol Quigley, even Protestant and Jewish banking interests funded the French Revolution massively. And he's got a great chapter on the rise of the Paribas system in France, which is the Rothschild banking system. And then I just read in the Rothschild's biography the fact that they had a long-term vendetta with the czarist attitudes towards Russians, towards Russian Jews. And Lord Rothschild wired 1 million rubles to V.I. Lenin I knew about other like
Dang, bro, can I get 1,000 of those? Maybe like give me some, like, just slide me 10,000 under the table. We'll call it a day. I have no idea how much that is in American dollars, but just slide me some cash. Gremlin is in need of your funds.
the Warburgs and the Schiffs. They'd funded Lenin and Trotsky, but I did not know that, according to Morton, they'd actually wired Lenin $1 million, so to speak, and he was supposed to pay it back, but he never did.
Well, I think the Bolshevik Revolution was ideological, but I think it was also ethnic conflict to some extent.
I mean,
obviously,
the Lord Rothschild said that. He said, we will make the Russian Christians pay for what they did for.
PhD Josh was like, you don't want that money. And I'm like, look, a girl's gotta eat. Oh my gosh, where'd I go? No! I was like right here.
Jesus.
Oh, the difference between, where was I? 50. Oh my gosh, where was I?
Since the religion you described was originally
Or the other one had very powerful, like, for example, Luther's Reformation wouldn't have succeeded without, he's got a great chapter on the rise of the Paribas system in France, which is.
Anyway, this is all geopolitical stuff, but I really liked how, I don't know, I felt like they could have maybe shortened it to a couple topics, but it's interesting like how all of this is very interconnected, so I'll definitely give them that. I will probably watch the rest of this by myself, because my brain is starting to slowly slip away into the darkness, but, yeah, this whole interview is almost like 2 hours long. Obviously there are ads and stuff in between, but, yeah, I really enjoy the conversations that Jay has, with these people. I think obviously he's like very intelligent, man. And I know a lot of people don't like Tucker Carlson for different reasons. I mean, again, I haven't been watching Tucker for like the last couple of years like that, so I don't know how he's been flip-flopping around, but my hope is that maybe this sticks and he maybe can convert to Orthodoxy and become an Orthodox Christian, because he's all, I mean, I don't doubt that he's like an intelligent man, but he's probably given over to vices and things that we're not aware of. So God have mercy on him, I suppose. Yo, we got a raid. Welcome in, Raiders. What's up, Belle? Miss Scarlet Belle? How you doing? God bless you, sister. I don't know if I can give you another shout out because I gave you one earlier, but I will try. How you doing, sister? Who we gotta beat up in these streets? Oh, I can give you another shout out. Amen. Who we gotta beat up in the streets? In these gremlin streets. The gremlin will rise. And she will destroy all who hurt their friends. No, I'm kidding. I will pray for all those who do nonsense. Thank you for the oh my bones. Thank you for the support. Appreciate it. God bless you. Congrats on your engagement, by the way. I hope you can make sense of all this in the end. $10,000 is a lot, but nowadays you can buy. Yeah, I mean that's true. That's fair. Thank you. I appreciate it. I was like half joking, but I appreciate you. God bless you. Thank you so much. Welcome in, everybody. This is my favorite Celestia model. Yeah. But you know what? Scarlet Bell made an even better one that I will eventually use when I respond to her DM.
A Jetstron has become a member. Apparently, I got my first YouTube member milestone.
Hey, let's go. Yeah, 5 months. That's crazy, man. Thank you for being a YouTube member. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you so much for your support. So that was that section of the stream. I may play some Pal World for a little bit on stream, and then after Pal World, we'll head off. Because I don't want to be on all night. I have a lot that I want to work on this channel, and just coming back to stream today made me realize that I really want to do more of this stuff and help you guys and be there for all of you as a sister in Christ, and hopefully reach more people who need the gospel and a loving relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ. So Gremlin will be working hard. So if there's any content that you guys want to see, please join my Discord server. Let me know. And of course, you can always super chat. You can donate. You can go on Throne and support me as well.
Jetstron donated $5
Thank you for the
to
$5 super chat as well.
They're your 10,000 and a few dollars record. Also not a big fan of ham sandwich. Sorry, ham stinky.
Wow, I might have to ban you for that ham sandwich comment. How dare you hate the ham Sammy? How dare you? I was one of her she was working on it. It's so good. Yes, I will use her model as soon as my butt opens her DMs and then gives her a hug and then tells the loser being a loser that they're a loser. Wait, what is this? You will need to. Oh, I have to make a water. I haven't used water down in so long. Oh my gosh. I don't even think I properly set it up for stream. Now that I think about it, can I also use VC face? Can I get the VRM file? Is there VRM file available? Bruh. Look, you know me. I'm cringe. I admit it. And I got a lot of work to do. Especially when it comes to responding to people. I've been so out of it. There's like 5 million people trying to message me that I get lost in the song. Anyway, more excuses. How are you doing today? How's everyone? Yeah, great. Awesome. Let's turn on this adorable little BGM so I can ignore all the responsibilities of life real fast. Oh my gosh. Alright, let me get Pal World up here, bro. So good. So get some place. Finish the work week. It was pretty good. Let's go. Sister, it's all set up already. Woman, where do I go? You didn't email me a file. Where am I supposed to go for this file? Yeah, and you can showcase it. I'm totally fine with that. Promo mats for your video edit. Ooh. Let me get you in touch with Blake. He would know what to do because I have no idea what I'm doing with my life. Ignore responsibilities. So great. Look. I'm not proud of it. Okay, I'm laughing because I'm embarrassed. It's not because I'm proud of it. Look. My brain feels like it's on the verge of exploding every day. Give me a break. But I do gotta be better, man. I gotta be better for the sake of all the people that I love and love me. I gotta be a Pokemon master. That means I'm gonna sign into Pal World and become a Pal master. Because no more Pokemon. No, I'm kidding. I'm gonna definitely play Winds and Waves. Winds or Waves, because I have no idea which one I'm picking yet. I gotta see what the legendaries look like, because that's probably gonna determine for me, like... Dude, speaking of Winds and Waves, bro, they're trying to make the games more expensive, so you end up buying both of them. You know how annoying that is? Chat? Gremlin's wallet fund is already suffering. Don't do this to me. Anyway, let me switch this over to Pal World. Play a little bit of Heal World. Dang, 100,000 viewers? Sheesh. Give me some of that. Messing, of course, when I say that. You're paying Pal World in NTSC. What the heck does that even mean? Hey, speak to me in English, okay? Not in whatever you just said. You doing voice chat? I mean, I don't think so, no. You want to do it live? It's pre-set up. You send it on Discord. What's this? Oh, I see it now. Okay. Let me see if I have to update water though. Hold on, because I haven't touched the software in like 100 years. Where is? Actually, I do have it installed on my computer. Okay, let me just go check Steam real fast. And what's up? Oh man, my thumb is killing me. Oh, pain and suffering for the gremlin. Where is my Steam thing? Here I go. What are the... Okay, so it looks like it's up to date. That's good. I also get Pal World open so I can not forget that I'm playing Pal World. Thank you for the 30 bits, woman. Give me 1 second. Also, if you guys want to join my Pal World server, you are more than welcome to do so. It's free. There can only be 20 people on at once though. So just want to let you know that that is a limitation so that the server is not overwhelmed. Let's see. Do you want me to call you, Belle, really fast so that we can set this up? Because I have not touched Waterdo in like 5 million years, so I genuinely cannot for the life of me know what you possibly need for me to do. Here, this is a video. What is this video? And it's not loading? What the heck? It's just like a... Is this actually a video? Oh, there we go. Okay, Discord's being a pain in the butt. Nice. Let me download this file. Do you also have the VRM file for this by any chance? I also gotta make a folder for you, my commission folder. Scarlet Bell. Let's drop this in here. Sorry, it's the reference to region locking. Wait, what? Oh, it's intended. What do you expect? I can walk you through if you wanted. The priest add up for you is already on your face shape paste. You don't need a VRM file. It's a separate custom format. I got you. Okay, I'm gonna give you a call real quick. Let me also exit out of here.
Lord, sister.
All right.
Oh
my
my
sister.
lord.
Oh my
sister.
gosh, you're huge. You're huge. Oh my gosh, I feel like you're gonna kill me. Oh, I gotta put you here,
I would
lady.
never.
I know you wouldn't, but like you're looking at me with that eye. I'm scared.
Take the one eye is brutal.
How do I do this? I haven't touched water them forever.
Okay,
Please,
so
save me.
it's very simple, very simple. So you open up Wario,
Okay.
and you're gonna click on the little paw on the corner,
Uh-huh. Okay.
and you're gonna open a new scene.
Okay. I'm gonna call it Celestium by Scarlet Bell. That way
And
I remember forever that this was all thanks to you.
So okay, so once you're done with that, let me know.
Yeah, I made the new scene. It's all good.
Okay.
I like feet.
So now what you're gonna do is you're gonna do the onboarding thingy on the corner.
Okay. The basic setup? Or which one?
Yes.
Okay. And then let me go to where this.
And I'm gonna do it myself too, so I can guide you through it. Okay.
Okay, I gotta drop a copy of the model that you gave me in here.
Well, yeah, you gotta open the folder for it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
See, I'm smart, chat. I can put my last brain cell to
Smart.
work. Yeah, I need to do that
Smart.
green screen thing because I need to get this background off, like, whenever I load this software in for sure. Where is...
Oh wait, you have to do a setting for the
For the face and stuff. Or for the model,
yes,
yeah.
I gotta show you how to do. Okay, so after you select your model, you click on yes, recommend for me,
Okay.
and then you're gonna click no to track your full body, no to track your helper body. You're gonna click on I have an iPad or a Face ID, and click on no on the webcam. Then you're gonna it's gonna select iFacial mocap if you have it set up right.
Okay, hold on. Let me share my screen with you so you can... Sorry, chat. You're
Oh,
not going to
that
be seeing
sounds like
this
a-
part, but I hope that you can be patient for 1 second while we do this live testing thing here. Okay, so
okay.
configuration motion capture. So it would be no, I know what I'm going to use.
Yes, recommend for me. There you go. You're gonna okay. Oh, I see that you have that. Okay. So we can set up that later. No worries.
So I'm not going to be using my... I don't plan on
No.
using my slime
Yeah, no,
trackers
yeah, I know.
again.
Just click on no for now.
Let me see, do you
No
need-
for now on that top one too. Okay, and you're gonna. There you go. Perfect. iFacial mocap. Customized face tracking. Auto blinking, no. Enable head but yes, enable that. Yeah, yep. Disable that. Disable the other one.
This one or this one? Auto eye
one.
movements. You want me to disable that?
Okay, enable when tracking. Scroll down. Lip sync enabled, always enabled. And you're gonna add the microphone. And then you're gonna hybrid mode, yes. Okay, okay. There you go. It's all pre-set up for you for that. And you're gonna click OK.
Import
Do
the
not
expressions.
import the
Okay,
expressions.
nice.
Okay. Pick
Oh,
your
okay.
background transparent. Perfect. Okay. And your model should be.
I forgot where it needs to
Just
go.
capture it. Just capture it now. Do you have the spout for it?
I don't have. I have spout, but not set up for Wadu though. I'm gonna have to add that
Okay.
actually in a second. So let me add this in. Spout.
Okay.
Capture. Add
No worries. We can do that later. So you're just gonna have to capture the
I think I got it. Wadu though.
There you go.
I have
So
to copy
we're
it?
gonna have to
Oh.
do a couple of calibrations because it's gonna be calibrated to your face and your body.
Oh, this is so
There you
cute.
go.
I love the little what are those things called? Like they're headbands? Is that what they call
Yeah, there
those
you
things?
go. Well, I added the headband because I knew you'd like it.
It's so cute. I think it's adorable. Like it would go perfect with like a dress. I think that would be really awesome.
Okay, so I'm starting to see that you're.
My mouth isn't moving.
Yeah, is it
Yeah.
tracking your mouth though?
Yeah, the software is tracking my mouth. I don't know why the model's not moving the mouth now. Or the eyes even. Like it's not tracking my
Okay,
I
no
actually
worries.
had this problem
I-
before too when I was trying to set up Warudo. Along with when I was trying to do like 3D stuff, it wasn't like tracking my mouth movements for some reason.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and go through the settings real quick.
Sure.
Okay, so I wish you could make that script. Yeah, I can. Okay, perfect. Go scroll, go to character.
Character one.
Scroll down. Motion capture and okay, look forward at the camera and click on calibrate facial mocap. Okay. Now move your lips up and down. Move your mouth up and down. Okay. Okay. Are you using iFacial mocap?
I'm using what is this one called? Hold on. It's called Face Motion 3D.
Do you have an iPhone that has iFacial mocap?
I have my iPhone. I just don't have the software. Here, let me go download it.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. I apologize. I should have known that you were gonna use a different stuff. I set it up for that. You know what? For the next update for it, I will make it so you can use both.
Okay, that's great. I'll just download that
Yeah.
other one for now.
Yeah. Although this one is better. For
What, the one I have or the one that you're talking about?
the one iFacial mocap is generally better.
You know, people said the opposite. They said that this one was better than that one.
Well, the other one is better when you want to like customize your face weights and your model is set up a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
But since I pre-rate everything for you, you do not need the extra bells and whistles.
Okay, so it's more like
So it
extra. You
gives
know
you
what you're kind of
more-
doing, basically.
It gives you more overhead room for better performance overall.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, let me set this up, I
I'm
guess.
looking through the other. I'm looking through my own papers. I'm sorry, because I do have a notebook where I wrote everything down.
Right.
Should be good. That's interesting. Why
So,
wouldn't
where do I put the IP address for this? Because I just downloaded it.
Oh. it's okay? Your IP address will be in Warudo. Just
Okay.
put in the one that Warudo gives you.
Okay.
And
Let
then
me see if I can fix
either on the
it.
setting for the phone,
Where do I
and
even
it will
check
be like a
this?
very generalized one.
Where do they have that? I don't think this is here, is it? Or here it is. Okay. Let me.
And what
wait.
sucks about it is that you have to put it with your fingers because it's an iPhone.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Wait. Oh, the number? I mean, that's not. Okay. Okay, you're
Well,
trolling.
I have one eye and half a hand, so
Oh. Okay. Well, now I'm trolling. I'm gonna go ahead and hang my head in shame. Ah. Oh my gosh. I feel bad
it's
now.
fine. It's
I
fine.
wish you didn't.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what an I usually goes to you, sister.
Oh, okay. Well, this pose looks really weird. How do I fix this?
I got the dinosaur hands.
Calibration?
Dinosaur.
I think I fixed it. Oh, this is so creepy to watch on my stream. Sorry, guys. You guys.
Oh, okay, it is tracking your face.
There we
right?
go. Cool.
Okay, move your mouth. Move around. Okay, perfect.
Wow, her eyes look like she's ready.
Move your eyes.
She's ready to go crazy.
Move your eyes around. Down, up, left, right. Okay, so your your body rotation is wrong. Show me the. We need to do a couple more things.
Yeah.
Really quick, just quick changes. Show me your screen again.
Oh yeah. Hold on. Let me share my screen with you again. This looks cool though. Looks real cool. Okay. So this is the character 1. Maybe like
Yes.
mirroring or something is on? Is that what like you're trying to say? Is that the mirroring is on?
Yeah. Let me go. Let me look at it again. If only it would. Okay, there it is. That was on my end. Okay, scroll to iFacial mocap receiver. Okay, I love your cursor, by the way. Scroll down
Yeah, me too. I
where it
love
says
it.
body rotation type, none. Right there, none. All right, move a little bit around. There you go. Exactly like you had it.
Nice.
Okay, now you're gonna go into character 1. And then you're gonna click on animation. Scroll up a little bit. Default blend shapes. You see that? Press the plus symbol. Right there. Okay. You're gonna click there. Drop it down the menu. Exactly. You're gonna apply to all skin meshes. No. Target skin mesh. Face.
This one?
Yes.
Mhm.
Girl,
Same thing
okay,
here?
click on that. Scroll down. Do you see correctives? Scroll down all the way down. Keep it. This is the art kit I made for you, by the way.
Oh, it's so sweet, woman.
Scroll up a little bit. I made some pretty funny stuff for you. I made a mewing face.
Oh gosh.
for-
Ah!
Yeah, it's gonna be any mew meow. I'll show you how to
Oh
set it
my
up later.
gosh, it's so
Scroll up.
cool.
Scroll up. Keep scrolling up. Face tracking. Scroll down. I think you went past it. Face. Scroll down. Scroll down. Face tracking. Target. Smile. Base teeth pose. There it is. There's the tweaks right there. See the tweaks? Above.
This one?
There you go. There it is. Click on
So-
tweaks. Yeah, right there. Base teeth pose. No. Base teeth pose.
Nah.
Because that's just like a header I put in there. There you
Yeah.
go. Target value 1. Okay, now smile and your teeth will be aligned perfectly to your face. There you go.
This is so funny.
All right.
Uh,
How do you like it?
it's funny. I'm just like laughing. Just laughing. Is there anything else that you wanted me to change?
Well, does Waterdo have access to your microphone?
I think I'm pretty sure I picked it. In the settings. It should.
All Alright, so open your mouth as big as you can. Okay, good. Perfect. It's fully rigged. That's how you know. So
Nice.
pretend you're chewing, and you're gonna see how accurate your face tracking is.
Yeah, much smoother than the last one for sure.
Yeah. You got 279 blend shapes on that puppy for your face.
That's wild. That's awesome.
Absolutely. And I'll be upgrading a couple more things for it, and whatever of the outfit you want, I can make it happen. So
She looks like
ask
she's
away.
about to beat someone up, and that person might
Yeah.
be me.
And I left you a little video. Watch it after your stream, alright?
Okay.
Alright. Oh, enjoy.
How do I move the? Sorry, before you go, like, I forgot. How do I? Oh, right. It opens up a separate.
You gotta.
window.
How do you move the character to the corner?
Dude, look at her. She's so cool.
You gotta. Yeah, you gotta just grab it and drag it around. There you
She
go.
looks like a real businesswoman with the pants and
Yeah.
everything.
Well, it made it
Gosh.
1-to-1 to your reference model. That's what you wanted.
Yes. She did a great job, chat. Go commission her. No. They're like, what are you doing, lady? I want to see you play some Power World. I don't want to see you. Oh my gosh, dude. Moving things around is so hard. What is going on with my brain?
Your brain, yeah. Take a deep breath. Don't worry about it.
It's not like it's like snapping to the center. What is going
Oh,
on? I'm lost in the sauce.
What do you mean snapping to the center?
Like, wait, is there a way to like grab my model without like zooming out and using these lines on the red, green, and the blue that no one can see on
Oh
stream?
no, you're doing it wrong. You're gonna click on. Okay. Oh, show me the screen again. Oh my gosh. Okay. Character 1. Scroll
I'm gonna
up.
switch.
Scroll up. Scroll up. Okay, yeah. Set position to 0 on everything. 0. 0. 0. 0. Now click on the camera. On the camera up there.
This one? Main camera?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Up. No, like highlight it on the thingy. There you go. Now you can move your camera around.
Okay.
And on the wall, like click on the screen.
Okay, let me see.
You should click on free look.
Let me see. Free look.
Free look. There you go. And now you can move the camera
Okay,
around.
thank God. I was like
to where you want it. Yeah.
wondering where the heck this setting was.
You're fine. This is gonna be like a temporary rig for now. I'm gonna set you up like a whole camera rig and everything for your stuff. I'm gonna set you up blueprints and everything, so you'll be fine.
Let's go. I'm gonna be
Yeah,
like
alright.
Samson. Thank
Enjoy-
you.
Enjoy your stream. God bless you, sister.
God bless you too. Take care. Thank you.
Love you, sister.
I
Goodbye.
love you too, boy. Oh, that was sick. Let's go. 3D bottle with like more tracking. That's cool. Alright, sorry guys. I got distracted. Distracted. Okay, tracking doesn't go that far. Okay, how do I... How do I do this? Should I make my face this big? Which... Dude, what you looking at? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? You know, this model really does move more than like my last one. Mouth has some strange movements, but perhaps we can fix that at a later date. Dude, like this is so cool. But now like I can't move my character, like spin her around. We gotta give her a twirl, Chad. We got to give her a twirl. Eyes kind of twitch. I mean, my eyes do twitch. No. You know, I feel like I wonder if this model would be like really good for like animations and stuff. Also, did you guys like check out my pants? Did you guys see the pants? Like, I might need to get like this fit, right, chat? Like, we get the pants going. I think I found the way to do the angle, and now I'm scared. No, I'm scared, chat. How do I undo my mistakes in life? I don't know how to. Also, the cross necklace is really cute. I don't know what I pressed, and now I'm scared. Where are the buds on this thing? I really don't use water though, like at all. I think I like, you know, maybe we can do something here where I like look down at you, chat. Like you're a small bean, right? And then I just look at you very angry. This has become a not Power World stream. Oh my gosh. And now it's like going base. Okay, there we go. As long as I'm not like tabbed in, it should be fine. What do I do? Help. Someone. Lots of love from Ember. Yes, I love Ember. She's super awesome. Hope you're doing. Hey, Nyla, how are you? God bless you. I'm gonna log into Power. Yes, log into Power World. I love Power World. So fun. Sorry, I didn't mean to like not look at chat. I got a little too invested in look at. You know, it might be not a bad idea. Like on stream, just like look at you guys from this angle and be like, what are you doing? Why are you misbehaving? Oh, Control plus Z. Wait, are you trolling me? Stop it. Stop it. Leave me alone. Control Z is to undo. That's not helpful. This is technology. I'm just looking at you guys with shame. Shame. Just like shaming you from this angle. Bad. Imagine we just like ghost stream like this. Let me fix the camera angle. Hold on. Free look. Q and E is to move up and down. Okay, so that's probably what I ended up pressing. No. I fixed it, sort of. Okay. I think I got it. Alright. I think I got it. How zoomed in do I like? I feel like with this model, it can be pretty zoomed in. She has the proportions for being zoomed in. Alright, who's messaging me on Steam? Ah, I see that. I was invited to Mega Chameleon, even though I'm busy right now. Hold on, I have to do streamer duties. Thank you, No Name Brand, by the way, for the 1,000 kicks. I appreciate it. Just Alt F4. How about I ban you? that might be the better thing to do, honestly, is just ban you instead of making you mod, Joel. Why is your name not showing up for me? Ah, I see it. I didn't type the just. I didn't type the just in there. Celestium watching us while we sleep while she plays Power World. Yeah, we're gonna make a quick ASMR video where I watch you sleep as I play Power World, and the ASMR will be the clicking of my keys and yelling at the microphone when I can't catch the stupid pal that kills me. No. Do it, you won't. Dude, don't test me. I'll ban you right now, bro. I'll ban you. Oh my gosh, guys. Okay, I know. I shouldn't be asking, but like, when I get the Vive tracker stuff like funded, this model's gonna go nuts. It's gonna go bananas, and we'll do more 3D stuff. But I have so much stuff that I want to do. Like, I can't right now. I can't. It's up on my throat, but I will save for it because I think Vive trackers are one of the best right now. And what a lot of people use for like 3D stuff and when it comes to VTubing. So hopefully soon. Yeah. Look at her pretty face. Look at it. Look at it. Feels weird seeing her teeth now. Like, my guys models do that? I don't think so, did you? The amount of memes we can make with this model will be spectacular. But soon, someday. I just like how, like, I can get, like, so up close, like, now. Like, with my other model. I mean, maybe if I put it on model, though, I could have, like... Now I can just, like, get close up and, like, up in your face. Like, if I'm... I look at you with a face of disappointment. How dare you? Why are you? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna die right now. I just realized that. Oh my gosh, wait. I'm gonna die in Pal World. Shall wait. Hold on. Okay, I'm way too entertained by this. Hold on. Dude, I'm starving. I'm 1 HP. Oh my gosh. Why does nobody say anything? I'm here like, oh, you guys like, yapping. And my character's like out here dying. Like, oh my gosh. How dare you? How dare you make me talk to you? I love you guys. I love talking to you. That's the whole reason I still stream. Because if not, I think I would have driven myself up a wall. I don't like you. No. I don't like you. I'm gonna be a tsundere. No, I'm kidding. No, we don't have to do that. Okay, now my computer's exploding. Who's messaging me on Steam? Why am I hearing Steam notifications of all things in my life right now? No. Okay. So, I guess I'm level 32 now, right? No, I'm still 31. Almost 32, though. And I need this. I need whatever this... oh, you guys can't even see it. Hold on. This is ancient technology gear here. Now you still can't see it, but there's like this really cute pink sword that I really want. And I think it's a new item, actually, in this update. So, I think I really want it. And because it's pink. So, where am I? I'm like all the way down here. Okay. I caught this really cute Zapdos bird. Like, look at this dude. Look at him fly. I had the really cute Dragonite looking one. I know I shouldn't be making Pokemon comparisons, but for the sake of my Poke-brained self, it looked almost like a Dragonite. Right, so, and then my base is still pretty small, but I think we're making good progress. Probably should make it bigger. I don't think there's a way to like increase the radius. I'm gonna have to like move the PAL box towards like the center, but I think that might break everything. And I'm very worried that everything will break. I really regret my life choices of not putting this more in the center so that we could have a better, you know, layout of our space. That's where I'm at. Now we got salad production. Let's go. We got the salads, Chad. I'm so happy with this model. It looks really good. Thank you, Scarlett. You did an amazing job. Best rigger in the world. I really gotta join the server, dudes. Yeah, man, you gotta join. It's free for you guys. You cannot die by starve. Oh, thank God. I was like, I don't want to die. Limu bee. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Hold on, let me give you a follow real fast. I didn't see that you were here. Hello. How are you? Welcome in. How is everyone? No way, you guys are suggesting Alt F4? You guys are crazy, wow. You know, I might have to Alt F4 my live chat. This doesn't come with the chocolate, it needs to come with the chocolate. Yeah, the cat sword. Not new, was there before? Honestly, I guess I didn't pay attention because I never knew there was a cute sword. There was a cute cat sword, and now, like, I just really need it. Look at this. Why am I being disturbed? What is this noise? Oh right. I don't have my Catris on my team anymore. Whoop. You made me one? Why didn't you say so? Thank you. Yo, let's fight each other right now. Come on. 1v1. Show me what you got. I'll hit you with this. Oh. Wait. Dude, this is so cute. Look at that. Oh my. I love that. I love that so much. You don't know how much I love this. Yes, neko ni. neko ni. Let's go. Let's go. Dude, server's about to restart in like 2 seconds, bro. Let's go. We got a gory rat, which I already caught and almost died to, by the way. Ooh, brown cherry aqua. That's cute. Okay. Alright, let's see what I get from this dragon egg that I went... Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, story-wise, I shouldn't be where I was earlier when I was playing. But... yeah, I went to, like, that lava zone that I probably have no business in being. I actually can't even beat the guy that's there because I'm not even... I don't think I'm even the right level for that yet. But this game has been super good. Like, if you... I'm not playing Power World, you are totally missing out, chat. You need to play Power World, like, right now. Like, yesterday. You needed to play Power World. Nyan cat? Yeah, for real, yeah. Take care, Max. God bless you. Thank you for all the lurks. Thank you for this for subscribing on Kick. Dyron, thank you so much. Really appreciate you guys. Hope you're enjoying the stream. And please feel free to join my Power World server. It's completely free. You don't have to pay a single thing. Just join my Discord and you'll get the link. So. Let me see. I feel like 1,000 people like message me. Alright. See you on YouTube. Did I miss anything on YouTube? The games are right there. Hey, let's go, Nate. What's up? How are you? On YouTube. Nah, half of YouTubers be like, don't backseat the others. Help me. How do I do? Ooh, what the heck? Wait, what? Alright, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna do something with my life. I'm gonna go catch some pals and we're gonna go level up. We're gonna be good traders. Whatever they call them. Pal trainers in this one. Let's see. I got a couple more places here, it looks like, to explore. So I'm just gonna teleport here. And I'm gonna be the little completionist and get the thing over here. Alright, let's see. Yeah, like I shouldn't even be up here. Wait. Oh. Intense heat? That's really weird. Don't I have like armor on? Do I not like have my heat armor on? No, I do have my heat resistant metal armor on. Oh, I even said intense heat. Alright, so let's see. We gotta fly. Ooh. We gotta fly this way. I thought I got that one already, but I guess not. I actually no, I think I flew up in that direction, but I didn't like explore the area completely. I mean, I guess I passed by, but didn't like actually stop by them. Okay, well, we'll figure that out and not fall into the lava and burn and have crispy chicken. What is this guy's name? Beacon? Like a beacon of hope. There it is. I see it. Gremlin sees it in the distance. And then we will fly. Dude, what if I call this flying bird crispy chicken? We should call him crispy chicken. Crispy chicken nugget or something. That would be so stupid. I feel like, honestly, this bird like wiped out half my team when I went to go catch it. I think it was like level 26. And look, there is no rhyme or reason as to why I did that. I really just wanted the bird. Please don't go for it. No. No. If someone's gonna fight these guys, it's gonna be Big Chili. Why not? Yeah. I can just fight you from here. Oh, I think I might actually get my chili kill. Oh, that's level 38 now. I love sacrificing my life for... Why not? Oh my gosh, I'm trying. I'm about to get all my... Alright, let's kill this one. Actually, no. Let's catch this one too. Let's see if it catches us. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm on fire. Oh, fucking died! Oh my gosh, wait, I might be next. Becky, you weren't supposed to die. Oh, darn it. I killed that one. Meant to catch it. Let's see if I can catch him now. Oh, this one's about to... Dude, my whole team's getting wiped. Whole team got wiped by like 3 of these guys. Oh my gosh. What? 67? Six, 7 organs. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. I look over and I'm like, you know, I doubt I'm gonna get much. I've seen 6, 7, I'm like, okay. Okay, well, my immaturity knows no bounds, of course. Yeah, yo, 6, 7 jewels, let's go party it up in this blaze. Party it up in this mug. Game is probably like looking at me like, this is what I get to deal with for the rest of my life. And I'm just like, yeah, facts, probably. Bored, live bored, we will flood. You and I to the new world, to new land. See what's over here. Where's this Pokemon's? Where's this man's? We will not become fried chicken. We can make it past this dark and desolate place. Okay, so the level 50 pallets there will absolutely shred my team in 0.2 seconds. So I will go ahead and walk myself, or fly myself, back to where I was. Because I refuse to die. I already lost half my team because the addiction to catching pals must be satisfied. Even if it means a 3v1 or 3v2. Alright, now I gotta go I gotta go back to my base and drop these guys off for like the millionth and 5 time that they die in my hands because I'm a selfish pal trainer. I'm trying to catch everyone that's 20 levels above me. Anyway, how are you guys liking Pal World? Have you guys been playing? Who's your favorite pal? I will tell you right now, I am a Chillit fan through and through, and it will never change until something equally as cute and adorable comes out as Big Chillit. I mean Chillit. I'm also calling it Big Chillit. I haven't actually no. Can I rename it? Okay, so my Penking is dead, and I already have Bushi as a fire type. I don't have many water types. I need to go catch one. Here, for now, I'll just put this war second here while my Chillit chills. All right, let's see if I am able to read. Ooh. I forgot where I can rename it. Let's see. I did not drop my Chillit back in here. There we go. All right. Let's see. I forgot how to change the name. Ah, here it is. Bing Chillit is back. I actually had a really cute, well, my last Chillit, I dressed up like this when I played on our last server before the wipe, but I didn't know that you could like transfer pals from like one world to another, so my dumb self has definitely missed out on a lot of pals that I had at some point, which kind of sucks, but it's okay because we rebuild our team around here. I don't even remember who I had last time, actually. Now that I think about it. I have so many eggs. Let's see what's in here. There's a lot of pal. I'm gonna go ahead and drop some of this stuff off. I don't see myself not using the sword, so I'm gonna go ahead and drop off the sword, this book. There's like a lot of stuff that I don't need in here. Yeah, I'm honestly just gonna drop off in one of these boxes outside. Now, chat, hear me out. There's a campfire in my room because I'm a very special human being who needs to have a campfire in the room. It's a little bit cold during the nights. Thought it would warm me up, you know? You guys are probably like, what the heck is wrong with you? And I'm like, I ask myself the same thing all the time. Still haven't been able to find the answer. And then I'm probably gonna sell... I'm gonna drop this off, but I'm definitely gonna be selling these things for money. Let's see. Anything else I need to drop off? Like these nails and these wooden boards I don't need. So we're gonna drop these here, and then... I think that's it. I mean, I could drop this, but I think I'll probably need it to eat. I have a lot of honey I don't need. So I'll probably drop this off in the little food thing we have here for the pals. That's not it. This is it though. Okay, this is full of salads and other things. Let's see, this one's probably full too. No, it's not. Here you go. I don't need it. Outside of eating it, I don't think it has... Okay, so who else can I dress up that I have? Oh, that is so cute, little Halloween costume. But it's not... Okay, it's not on the thing anymore. So let's see. Even Catrice. Oh my goodness, Catrice has glasses. It's so cute. Oh my gosh. Catrice is such a cool pal. I'm trying not to say Pokemon, guys. Have you been able to see, like, how I've tried to avoid saying Pokemon? It's terrible. It's so bad. You know what I really want is the pink chillet, but I don't think I'm high enough of a level. You have to go through like the soccer grove, so I don't think I'm gonna touch that for now. All right, I'm gonna go catch pals. I'm gonna go try to level up. I'm gonna drop these eggs off up here because I completely forgot that we had stuff up here. And I want to sell these two things because I'll get a lot of money for them. So let's just actually go drop these off here. Into that nearby town by the base. You guys are probably like, oh, you're such a basic Power World trader. You built your base as soon as you got into that main area next to the Syndicate. Well, you know what? I didn't ask you for your opinion. Oh my gosh. I love this game so much. It's so much fun. I know I'm like super behind. Like some people actually finished this game recently. I'm like, okay. Okay. Oh wow, 66K? Chad, do I sell this? Does this have any use besides selling? I don't know if it does.
Hey.
I like Felbot for the lifesteal. Get on Powell. You know, Nintendo technically won their lawsuit against Pocket Bear. They got awarded like 10K on a single patent. I thought they lost. Didn't people say that they lost? Would have been nice if they lost, honestly. Big Chillet? Yes, Nico, yes! Yes, Big Chillet, bro. See, someone else knows the joke I was trying to make. Don't catch a lavender only if you don't want something spicy. Oh, I saw that one, yeah. I gotta be careful when I come across some of these pals, man. The pink bean is the one with the nature of the... Oh, man. Hey, Crafty Kitty, thank you. I'm doing much better. Thank you for asking. God bless you. Yeah. Scarlet Bell did an amazing job with this model. She's super talented. Deserves a lot of credit and love for the amount of effort that she put into this model, to be honest. I'm blown away by the rigging. Alright, I need to catch more water pals. My issue is that I don't know where the best place to like catch them would be. Besides, obviously like the water and stuff, but one that I can actually catch and not get destroyed by would be really nice. I don't know what this one is over here. I might go check to see what it is. Let's teleport over here. Plus, have you ever played Celeste? I think I did briefly. And I got really tilted because I don't play like platformers. So I have not bothered to touch the game Celeste in a very long time. And then I also found out like the main character is supposed to be, you know, trans. And I was like, look, you can do whatever you want. It's your game. I'm not the creator. I'm sure it means something to the creator. But I think that kind of turned me off as well from even trying to, play the game. But again, I'm not here to judge or to condemn anyone. But I think like finding that out really turned me off from wanting to even try playing the game more. I don't remember if I like paid for it, if I got it for free, but just like after that, no. Not only is it like difficult for someone who doesn't play those kind of games, which is fine. I think that game should be challenging. I have no problem with that, but for me, it was just like, nah, I'm good. For those reasons and that other reason that I mentioned, I was just like, eh. But I respect them. They did a really great job with the game. It's a beautifully designed game. I think that it's not a terrible game at all, but it's just not for me. And I think that I already caught this one. Here, fight my Bushi, bro. I think second might be better. Although I don't know how weaknesses work in this game entirely, so I don't know if this is gonna really do much. Oh, so ground is effective. Interesting. Dude, this sword does no damage. It's just cute. Gosh. How am I getting hit? Focus on my pal, dude. Alright, let's see if we can capture it with all the damage done to it. And if not, I'll use this sword to kind of whittle down a little more of its health. But it looks like I got it. Alright, cool. I'll take all of these stones. There's no more weight limit. Thank God, because I was driving up. I also have to reset my settings here at some point. I forgot how you can undo that, but the sword only has +2 Q. Look. No electric type for the pig. I already have it. What's up, Nyag? Good to see you. God bless you. Hope you're doing well. I haven't seen you in a minute, man. How are you doing? Power World, my wife is playing right now too. Yo, let's go! Dude, Power World is so much fun, dude. Yeah, of course. I hope that you guys... My gosh, it's like, I'm watching you. Look at you. Pathetic. Using your little pig sword. Using your little pig sword to get around here. What's that notification? Oh, thank you, Sabi. Thank you for your supporting me. Mistus Night. No, thank you for resubscribing as well. Nakoto, sorry. Good evening, Celsium. Hope you're doing well. Yes, I'm having fun. I have the pig sword of justice. I have the freaking pig sword of justice, man. Let's go down. I need to capture some more water types. I barely have any water types. My pinking got absolutely demolished, but I need a backup in case he ever gets demolished again. I might have to go like might have to go fishing a little bit. I already have that skin. Oh my gosh, this game is getting short. Give me things that I need that I don't have and are not useless for level 30 or something, please. I see a waypoint over here, over off in the distance, but I'm gonna see if I can catch that pal, because I really love catching the big ones. The bigger the better, chat. The bigger the better. Where is it? I think I see it. Oh, it's one of these? Well, it's level 11. I mean, there's no point in using my pal. Killed it! I threw too many Neko I'm sorry, dude. I just wanted to catch you, dude. I'm sorry, bro. Rest in peace. Rest in pepperoni. I killed it. Oh my gosh. I'm too powerful. Okay, so there's another one over here. So I do see that there is a kind of waypoint on the beach over there. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that. It's also there on the map. I also didn't mean to click on that, but I guess this is how the cookie crumbles. Oh my gosh. What is a Mjolnir? It's like the best weapon in the game for someone so into pink like me. Killed by cats. For real, cats gang. Gang. Yeah, I agree. Dude, where's my big chillet, bro? I need my big chillet. Also, I did call my chillet Bing Chillet last time I played. And I was gonna do it again, and I did again. I'm proud of myself. Are you proud of me, chat, for calling my chillet being chillet? Definitely not a reference to John Cena or anything. Definitely not a reference to him. Definitely not dedicated to the Chinese Communist Party. Dude, China's listening to me right now. They're like, you have chosen this. Is this how we go? Don't get cat scratched. Looks like Zapdos. See, that's exactly what I said. It looks like Zapdos, bro. Thank you. Someone with as much intelligence and rationality such as yourself must be in the wrong stream because I'm a complete knucklehead. Bro, they're shooting up the pals down there, man. Servant's like right here chilling. They're shooting up the pals, man. Those poor pals. What did they ever do? CCP wants to send you a boyfriend honeypot. CCP ain't sending me nothing. I'm about to get married, bro. There's no CCP boyfriend honeypot, nothing. Not for me. This bean is spoken for. The bean queen has a king. Alright, let's go grab the pal that is down here. Because again, the bigger the better, chat. As it should be. Did I? Oh, I died. Okay, Bushi! You're gonna kill this thing in one shot. One shot, Bushi. Alright, we're not gonna kill it with the sword. We're gonna be diligent. We are not going to use the sword too much. Okay, the sword's not doing that much damage to this. Fair. I catch it with this? No. I probably didn't have to use that. I could have used the Gigasphere. Wait, let's see if it catches it with this. I have to stop using my Hyperspheres there. They're really annoying to craft. Granted, we've got pretty much a lot of good stuff set up on the maze. Alright, level 33. Let's see what's next on the technology run here. Weapons assembly line, which I know we have already, but... Carrot plantation. Pal box. Control device. Ultra Krill collab set. Not sure I want to use it. Not you. Alright, we will take for the skies once more. Blue team is camouflaged into the China verse of Minecraft. What? Quote of the day. If it looks like a Zapdos, it's probably Jeff Bezos with big honka badonkers and a lightsaber? What does that even mean? What? Wait, whoa, Jeff Bezos? Jeffrey Bezos. Entrepreneur. Jeffrey Bezos. I wish I could play this song, but it's probably copyrighted, bro. Like, I can't do it, chat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ooh, I got a $15 dono. Thank you. Thank you so much. I wish I could see her right now, but I'm so distracted playing this video game. Thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate it. God bless you. Alright, let's see. Where's this loser? So I can go beat him up. Yo, broski's just killing people. Alright. Murder. Alright, this direwolf is just in the way of getting killed. It's all good now. Goodbye. Hasta la vista. Everyone dies. Goodbye. You're all meat. You're all mystery meat. Good night. Good night. Goodbye. Hasta la vista. Trees are being chopped with the sword. Cats meow. Goodbye. Alright, let's see where we're going next. I don't need to write it. Alright, so I've got to... I'm pretty sure this guy over here is level... It doesn't... You know, one thing that I'm, like, not sure of is, like, what level he is. So I'm gonna probably wait until, like, between 35, maybe, like... I don't want to say 40. I feel like I don't have to wait until level 40. But I actually don't know what level he is. I could Google it, though. Chat has lost the plot if you ask me. For real. Chat has in fact lost the plot. We are now in CCP territory. The communists are waiting at the door to take your pals. The syndicate And the Free Pal Alliance will be telling you, you must hand over the pals if you want to live. We're gonna butcher them. We're gonna cook them. And then we'll give you the COVID vaccine. I mean, what? What are we talking about? Chat? Clearly, it was a global catastrophe. Meant to not destroy the populace. You not understand the things they had to do, chat. They had to do it. The CCP had to do it. We were too strong. That's enough for everyone's brain, bro. maybe we're wandering into too much conspiracy theory territory these days. It was cold. It wasn't cold. It was just the sniffles. There's nothing to look at here. Nothing at all. Don't look. Or you'll find a real answer. Ooh, Rumble. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. I think that's what happened. Or not the super chat, the Rumble rant is what they call it. Oh, Dallas. Thank you so much for the $5. Just popping by. Have a great stream. Hey, Lord Rexford. Thank you so much for the raid. Heck yeah. God bless you, brother. How are you? How was your stream? I hope you had a good time. We're just chilling here on the Battle World server. Hope that you can join us in the future if you're ever down, of course. Always a blessing to see you. And congratulations on working with Lawless, by the way. He showed me that he's working on your channel, so really excited for you, man. God bless you. And the chatters. I don't know what you call your chatters, so. God bless your chatters. Alright. Let me see if my Bing Chillet is alive. I need Broski to be alive. That's the way I travel around these parts. We travel on CCP fuel. We get our oil from China. Oh, there's a thing. I guess I haven't gone to the Desolate Church yet, huh? I guess that'll be our next destination. Destination, Dad. Right. Bing Chillin', where are you, my dear? Wait, Bing Chillin's in my... am I stupid? Bro was in my inventory this whole time. Okay, well, I guess I am a little special. I guess it was Pink King I wanted to grab, but... You know, I wanted to grab Pink King, chat. I didn't want to grab... Chillit. You didn't hear a single word from me. Clearly, Chillet's been here the whole time. I was just testing you. I was just testing you, Chad. And you failed. You failed. It's all your fault. Chillet was here the entire time. Okay? He was here the entire time. Dude, I was so stupid. I'm like, where's my Bing Chillet? Didn't bro like die in that battle? He's like alive waiting for me to give in to the communist propaganda. That's why his name is Bing Chillet. Giving into the commie propaganda. Alright, I think I can go from like here and then get on Zapdos and just fly. Wait, does Zapdos like in Pokemon? Like, can you fly on Zapdos? I think you can learn fly, right? Or am I stupid? I mean, I'm stupid. Like, that's clearly the answer. But, you know, I can't be that stupid, right? Alright, I think I just have to go straight this way. So we'll go to the Desolate Church. I'm being a little bit of a completionist here. Alright, Beacon, take us to the church. We must pray and repent of our sins. Ah, look who's here. This guy looks like a character. Like, he could be part of a character from Bleach, bro. What is he even selling? I don't have... Wait, where are all my dog coins? Wait. Oh my gosh, please don't tell me I left my dog coins somewhere where I wasn't supposed to. Summoning altar? We summoning demons? Wait, what is it? Offer a slab depicting a pal to summon a powerful pal to your base. Adequate caution and battle readiness is paramount. Dude, they're summoning pals. You're doing crazy. I'm telling you, the CCP, they're onto us, man. Alright, I'm looking at your Chillet. Yo, King Bing Chillet. Ah! King Bing Chillet is wild. Dude, they got emperors in China. I'm telling you, the communist propaganda is spreading, chat. Beans, we are the mafia. We are not the communists. This is unacceptable. I'm funny. You had to. That's funny. Yeah. That's good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. Comrade. I honor you in this communist war. Thank you for your service. Now I have to go find all my dog coins that I probably threw into the trash. Or someone stole them because I put them in the wrong spot. Please tell me I still have my dog coins. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna be so mad if I don't. I had like 300 of them. A Calypso Ignis. Okay. A Ragnarok, which I think I already have. That's like the 4th or 5th one at this point. Okay, this one's almost done. Let's see about this. I thought Doge coins were not refundable. You're right, they're Doge coins. Elon Musk, I'm trading them in for a 10-year supply of Super Grok. Take my Dogecoin. I wonder what Pokemons we're gonna get out of this one. I heard they were gonna look red like a Chinese communist parade. Talking a lot about communism on the stream chat. We might get flagged. We might get in trouble with the police. Oh, super chat coming in. What's this?
Catalyst 1664 donated $20 through
Hey,
Super Chat.
thank
I
you.
am the glob glog gab glab. The schwabble dabble wabble gabble
the
flibber
what?
blabber blab. I'm full of schwibbly liber kind. I am the
Huh?
use of thoughts and minds.
Wait, okay, I need to read that. I am the globe gab glab, the schwabble double wobble gobble fibba blabba blab. I'm full of schwibbity liver kind. I am the yeast thoughts and minds. Buddy, are you okay? Do you need assistance? Blink twice if you need help. Bro just wrote a whole essay of God knows what. Dude, you alright, bud? You alright? I appreciate the super chat, though. Appreciate you. Bro's like, I lost my last brain cell in the war against Vietnam or something. A Relexaurus! Okay, that's lame. That's so lame. I don't want it. I want to refund it. Send it to the chopping block for food. I think I already have one. That's why I'm a little upset and disappointed. What's this precious claw? I can sell this? I could have made 100k instead of Lord knows how much I didn't make. I thought there was stone in here. I dropped this stone, I don't need it. Alright, let's make some more spheres before we run off. Let me grab 10 of these. Let's just go, my Bushi friends. Bro, Bushi's such a cool freaking pal. Look at this guy. He's got a whole hat. He got a flame coming out of that hat. Bro has a whole katana, cape, everything. Just weird to have the. Anyway, I'm not gonna think about it. Here, you do all the hard work. I'm bored. Okay. Joel sent me the video.
Really delightful.
What it? Yo, what it? No, you can't send me that. You can't. What is this, like early 2000s science class animation? What is this? Oh my gosh, I'm traumatized. I only saw like a second of this and I'm traumatized. Oh my gosh, no thank you. It's from a cursed Christian film. That's Christian? That's a Christian movie? Do we need to watch this in the server? Oh my gosh, no. I think I'm traumatized. Rusty, what's up? God bless you, brother. Thank you, Whisker. Can you explain the necklace? I'm not familiar with it. If I remember, Scarlet Bell shared a bunch of different colors and they represent like kind of like virtues and stuff like that.
Maybe if you want to watch the movie Stravinsky and the Mysterious has some time in Discord. It's not peak cinema, but it's fun to watch as a surreal experience.
Okay, we gotta do a movie night for this. Maybe on Saturday before Bible study. That would be funny. That would be absolutely funny. Dude, this is so traumatizing. I only watched like 2 seconds of it. Bro's just walking around like a fat blob. It's insane. Oh my gosh. It's so funny. The gremlin has been introduced to Christian cinema with the awkward Play-Doh looking dude. Alright, so I probably do need a couple more hyperspheres because I know I'm gonna get tempted to battle a pal that's like a million times more level than I, and we only have enough ingredients for 5. Where are all the ingots? Who took the ball? Don't look at me. Where are the pals that are carrying stuff around? Actually, are they not like? Oh, I guess they're our little flame boy here is making more. Okay. I'm watching you. I'm watching you. I guess I'll just make like 2. No, chill it. Not you. Not you. Chill it. I need the other guy. What is being chill it even good for? I love chill it to like the end of my life, but bro just stands there when I'm making stuff. I'm gonna make him learn some handiwork. I think I have a book that makes him learn handiwork actually. I'm gonna do that. Sick. Alright. Let's go off on our journey. We gotta become the next Pokemon master. This is our dream. This is our test. This is where our fate goes. Where it lies. Becoming the best Pokemon master ever. Alright, I'm apparently missing. Oh, I didn't even see that this was here. Oh my gosh. I guess the closest point is gonna be this one. Alright, we will ride off into the sunset with Bing Chillet. Also, I've been streaming for like 4 hours almost, guys. Like, am I okay? I haven't been streaming for 4 hours. I think it started like at 5:30. Yeah, oh, 4.5, almost 5 hours. Gosh. You guys let me yab way too much. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable to let the gremlin yap so much. Okay, so we've got to go northeast. I'll grab that and then we will end there because I didn't realize I was streaming for that long. Excuse me. Go, Big Chili, go! You're gonna run over this Cativio because animal violence. PETA will never get me. Goodbye. Animal violence! Did I catch one of these already? I don't know if I actually... Oh, I haven't caught Tansy yet? I'm trolling, bro. Alright, stay in here. I didn't even need to use that one, honestly. Why am I getting hungry so fast? I swear. Every 2 seconds. Oh, did I go the opposite way? I did. Where am I? Why am I all the way down here? Oh wait, I was gonna go up, right? Dover buddy, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm in another stream about Free the States group and we discussed that they are good with the Lord of Defense Miracle Life while they ignore the left violence against it. Wait, what? What is that? You gotta explain it to me like I'm 5 because I have no idea what you're talking about. But thank you for the bits, I appreciate it. I just don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I see it off in the distance over there. We'll travel across the land, searching for a way. These Pokemons, they understand the power that's inside. Pokemon's got... Okay, round 2, buddy. Stay in there. Oh my gosh, you're so cringe. Goodness gracious. Stay in the freaking ball, man. Or the sphere, whatever they call it. The patent technology. Just stay in the patent technology. Goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. Just stay this stupid thing. I'm gonna run over you because I'm mad. Call PETA. I'm trampling over all the cats. I don't think I've caught this one. Let's see. Nope, I have not. Mine. Come here to mama. Bushi! Mess him up! Mess him up, Bushi! Okay, don't mess him up that hard. Okay, maybe it shouldn't mess me up that hard. How long does that attack last? Stand. Might actually use, try this one. Might have to hit it one more time before I throw the next one. If I hit it one more time. Let's see if this works. I don't want to hit it one more time because I have a very sneaking suspicion that that's not gonna help. Oh my gosh, it does not want to stay in here. It does not want to stay. What is with these pals not wanting to stay in the freaking sphere, bro? Are you telling me the hyperspheres don't work on normal Pokemons? Sanity. I want a refund. I'm also way off course. Again. Just throw 5 more hyperspheres. I'm sure the 5th one will get it. Okay. Woo! Okay, I gotta switch over to this board. These board Pokemons. Why is this legal? This game just feels so wrong. It's so wrong, but it feels so right. Look. If you enjoy Second Amendment rights in Pokemons, I think this game is quite fine. And because I enjoy both, I will absolutely be fine with it. We will run over all the cats, all the dogs. Look, I'm gonna run over this Lamball right now. There you go, dead. Goodbye. PETA's gonna have to come after me for my running over of the cats and the Lamballs. I'm such a jerk. I'm such a jerk. Alright, let's enhance. Pokemons. Satiety duration. Oh, I absolutely need to agree. Assuming it's not. I mean, I might as well level everything up that I can, right? Right, I think I ran out of everything. The effigies. That's what they call them. Dude, that Lamball and that Cativia are absolutely massacring each other. You know, I forgot to go get my dog coins, and now I understand how people are getting these really cool hats. They're using their dog coins. Now, I think that this hat would be really cute, and this Gloopy hat. The Gloopy hat and this civil. Oh, Epic Raid! Oh my. You know, I said I was gonna log off, and then you joined. Let's go. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the raid. Multiple raiders. Let's go. What the heck? Thank you.
Through Super Chat.
Hold, I gotta give her a shout out. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Oh, you already got one. Welcome in, raiders. Hi. God bless you guys. Thank you, Ember. Thank you for the raid. I thought you were gonna be streaming longer. I normally don't stream this long, but if I had tracking for my hands, I'd wave to you. Hello. Now you gotta stream for another hour? Why do you do this to me? Why you torture it? Look. I'll stream it until I get my dinner at this very late hour. I think my thumb is bruised. Hi, Amber. Hi, everyone. How was your stream? How are you, Strays? Good to see you guys. Hope your stream was fun. Really appreciate the rain. Oh man, I love you, Amber. Thank you for
your new model looks fantastic, Celestium.
Oh,
now,
thank you.
Be careful not to get addicted to this game.
I'm already addicted to this game. Look, I played Power World earlier this year. Okay. So, Lord Drop, right? If you guys haven't been following me along, I am actually a Pocket Pair creator, technically. And I gotta drop some content. I gotta make some content. But yeah, I am a Pocket Pair creator. I don't think they're gonna be doing anything with the TCG when it comes to being a creator, because it's a separate company that's handling the TCG, but I get to try their new games. Speaking of which, I have to go back to Nevergrave, but that's besides the point. Anyway, I was blessed to be able to join it earlier this year when they dropped the creator program for it. And that's the only reason I got to try out Pal World for free for the first time. So it was really exciting. And I gotta make more content. I gotta really get on this Pal World train and drop some videos. Because Gremlin would love to play more Pocket Pair games. They're really good. Anyway, Strays, tell me that you did not make Ember suffer. Only in the way that we talk about all the time. You know, like gifting her 100 subs, chat. Strays, did you gift her at least 100 subs this stream? And if not, I need you to turn back now and go drop a bunch of subs so that when she logs in tomorrow, she's suffering in a very good way that we've tried to make her suffer many times before. The Strays have comments. Yes, they are here. Love you guys so much. You guys are balls of sunshine. Balls of fire, maybe, perhaps. Yeah, guys, please go check out Scarlet Bell. She rigged this model. She put in a lot of love and effort into it. And if you're a VTuber looking for a rigged model based on things that are available on booth, highly recommend commissioning the lady. I am hooked to this game. I literally got it. You know what's funny is that I never gave away those Pal World codes, but now is the perfect time to give away those Pal World codes. Isn't that great, chat? Let's do a giveaway right now because I'm like months overdue from giving you guys that. I actually don't know if the codes work anymore though, but do Steam codes ever expire? Okay, I don't think they expire like soon, so maybe we'll do like a quick giveaway since there's a lot of people watching now. Although it's gonna be weird because I think a lot of people bought the game, so I feel like it might kind of be weird. I don't know. Like I feel like I'm gonna have to roll like a bunch of anyway. Let me see if I still have them. Hi Needler, good to see you. God bless you. Hey, what's up, Captain Rudy? I love you, Ever. I wondered why I've seen Ember's name before, and it's the emotes, they're everywhere. Dude, the Strays love her, man. They're out here supporting her in every chat. She might even end up getting banned in some weirdo's chat because she's she's Ember, she's very based. You know, I think someone got in trouble for using one of Leaflet's emotes in like another stream. Ember, have you gotten told that one of your strays have been banned in another streamer's chat because they used your emotes yet? That's how you know you've made it. Thank you for the lyrics, appreciate you guys. The radio is nearly 300 of us. Yeah, you guys are always like showing up. I love it. Thank you for showing up to Ember's stream. She deserves all the love and suffering, aka support, that you give her. Yo, Atanashi, what's up? Good to see you. We get around, we love her in the community. Based lady. You use Leaflet's emotes as a check, that's funny. I mean, there are people who just don't like specific streamers, so like if you end up like getting on their bad side by using like that streamer that they don't likes emotes, you get banned. So ridiculous, some people. Happy new model debut, hope your stream is blessed. Thank you. Welcome in, Colin. And a shout out Scarlet Bell again. She's yeah. I don't know if the timer's done though, but yeah, feel free. Hold on, I gotta filter out Ember. You know what? Never mind. I can't filter out Ember's name here because it keeps saying you're all raiders from your stream. But thank you guys. It's always a blessing to see you guys here. Thank you for supporting Ember. She's really amazing, and I hope that you treat her well and that she can spend more time with you guys in the near future. She's been working super hard in everything she does. So God bless you guys. God bless Ember. And we got a game again, lady. Tell me you're into Pal World so I can throw you in the server. In game. Or something else. I'm always down to do more Mecha Chameleon to make you suffer. And tell you I'm at the end of the hallway. And then this time you're not going to fall for it. You know, actually, no. If I had not in the hallway and I say I'm at the end of the hallway, you won't find me. That was fun, though. I had a great time. The model looks amazing. I agree. She rigged it really well. I just wish I had, like, actual, like, trackers that were like really good. I'm gonna be saving up for the Vive, but if not the Vive, I think Scarlett recommended the ones that she uses, so I may look into those too. Honestly, I'm not opposed to trying it, but I need to set up a system for more. Oh right, oh right, oh okay. You know, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I'm down to play like any. Actually, one of my I don't. Do you know Cogman? He's trying to set up another Mecha Chameleon stream. It would be me, Leaflet, Akko, and him, but I would love to invite you if you're down. I don't know if you are one and done on, well, I think you played, like, with Cha-Cha and the others, so, I mean, if you're down, I would love to invite you. It'd be really fun. Good night, Skeeth. God bless you. Yeah, and if you guys have to run out, please, get some rest, get some water, and make sure you sleep plenty. Tomorrow is a new day, after all. Invite her? Yes, I will invite her. Okay, I'll invite you. I'll make a group chat. Let me reach out to them. Give me one second. Because we were talking earlier. Yeah, I'll invite you, and I mean, I don't know how many people, like, up to how many people the game is, like, actually good to play with. Like, if 5 is good enough, or if we should do more than 5 to increase the chaos. Probably 5 is, like, solid. We're looking potentially to do it next week. This week I'm pretty busy already. And I think in terms of specific days, let me see, what days are they looking at? So I know Akko. Actually, Ember, have you talked to Mama Akko before? I forgot. So it would be me, Mama Akko, Leaflet, and Gogmin, and you. But you can. I should probably just message you. But yeah, I would love to. They're looking for like a weekend. It seems like Akko's saying Friday, Saturday, and Sunday are usually days that he can do it, and we're trying to do it maybe before the 26th. But are we still in that group chat together, you and I? Can plan it without the Nashi. Right now I'm on streamer mode. Let me see. Ember. Okay, I'll message Atanashi because I know that you guys go through him. But I know I can reach out to you too. We just weekend. Just so that I don't forget and I can revisit this later. Because I'm waiting for them to... 10 people max? I don't know. Dude, 10 people sounds like a nightmare for the people looking... I mean, I guess that makes it more interesting and fun though. Like, I'm all for more chaos. Dude, I already bullied Ember once. Do you guys like actually want me to bully her again? Because I will bully her again. I don't know. There's just something about like me and collabs and games that are like competitive that I just want to bully everyone. It brings out the bully in me, you know. It brings out the animal. Bork. I'm actually a cat person, but anyway. I didn't want to use Meow because that requires a different elevated pitch that I wish not to use right now. Hey Belle, what's up, lady? Oh my gosh, woman, did you finish streaming? I was gonna raid out to you, but then I got raided. I'm like, okay, well, guess we're not doing this now. I got raided like 3 times. Like, how are you, lady? Do you want to play some Mecha Chameleon? Woman, I will invite you. Bully is senpai's hated, so I thought it was the evil pig lady. Look. It's all fun and games. I'm not gonna actually bully her. Hopefully. How many artists do you know? I know a few of them. I haven't talked to some of them in a while though. So I have to check in. And I obviously don't want to make anyone uncomfortable either, because, you know, Gremlin's a little bit controversial. I don't You know, especially for people who are more like they're chill. I don't want to cause them any trouble, you know. But I can always ask. I'm sure it's not a problem. Just gotta make sure I'm not ruining anyone's day by inviting them into a controversial person. Well, it's not that we're controversial because we're just controversial. It's because other people think we're controversial. So we shall see. We shall see. Yeah, no worries, Ember. God bless you. Have a good night. I also have to head off soon. But because you rated me, it's gonna be like a minute before I get off. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much again, and sleep well. God bless you. And all the stories I have to go as well. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for all the follows. Really means a lot to me. You're all very generous in your support, and it really means a lot. Seriously. Alright, let's run over the slam ball real fast because being chill at supremacy. And I actually have to go look for my dog coins. Not my Doge coins, Chad. Not the Doge coins. Not today. I wish I had some Dogecoin. I actually, you know what's funny? Back in like college, when I was trying to get into stocks and stuff, I bought Dogecoin for the meme, and it never went to the moon, bro. I'm so sad. It never went to the moon. Oh my gosh, the whole AMC situation was crazy too. Now I think about it. Okay. I actually don't know where I put my dog coins, and I don't think I spent them, but I know I had a lot of them. And now I'm concerned for my mental well-being because I don't know where they are. I must have like dropped them somewhere where people could like take them, or I actually did end up using them. Or maybe I just don't have any and I'm mistaking them for another kind of coin. It's very possible. I tend to be very forgetful. But also knowing myself, I probably left it somewhere where I shouldn't have, and somebody picked it up. Which is fine. That is, in fact, the punishment for my crimes. Like, now we're just dropping random things, which I always do, honestly. And will continue to do because no concern for anyone else. Not messing with. Okay, so we've got stuff running here. I really don't need all this leather. Now, these pal spheres, on the other hand, look mighty fine. But not for what I need. Not at this level, unfortunately, so... Oh my gosh, I have so much junk in my... Where do I get all this junk from? I feel like I just venture out and boom, junk. I'll take this training manual, though. Oh, my phone died. Oops. PNG tuber it is. I'm too lazy to connect my phone. I'm so tired right now. Like, you guys don't even know. I'm, like, ready to knock out. But... I don't know. Who do I raid? Chat, who do I raid? Who needs love in this life? The only thing I don't like about PNG Tuber Plus is that I just... My PNG Tuber ends up...
Good news, Celestium. We strays have broken Ember with love the last 4 Fridays in a row.
Yes!
I believe that it has become a tradition at this point.
Yes! Make her suffer! I'm sorry, guys. I'm not trying to flash you. How does this work? Oh, okay. Wait. Oh my gosh. I forgot how this... Wait. This is not working. My buttons are broken! Oh my gosh. I forgot how to zoom out. No, I just don't think the button's working. I give up, bro. I give up. I guess I'm not using this either. Ugh. For what the... I don't know. I don't think my button's working for the zoom out. Quite unfortunate, really. Oh well, you guys can see frozen me. Yes, make Ember suffer, gift her 1,000 subs, make sure that she becomes a full-time streamer by the end of the summer, and that's it. That's all we gotta do. Yes, Palworld can support up to 32 people. The problem is that I don't know if I want to do that. Plus, I don't think 32 people are ever going to be joining at the same time. I think 20 is pretty solid. Her birthday's coming up. Good chat. We're going to make her suffer some more. Very good. Very good. I must plan my suffering for her birthday. What are we gonna do, guys? We got a plan. Let's sit around the table real quick. How many subs are we aiming to get her? 1,000 by the end of the year? I mean, sorry, by the end of her birthday. We just pop in. Someone throws in 500 subs. Honestly, that would be pretty cool. I would be so down to do something like that. Okay, so I will plan something. I feel like I want to make, I've been meaning to make a drawing of like me, Ember, Leaf, and a couple of other people. But I'm like, my brain is like so zoned out sometimes that I just forget. But I think that would be a really cute gift. Now, I really hope you guys don't spoil it. I don't think she's watching. Please, maybe she's listening from the Grey Beyond. I don't know. But I think that would be a really cute gift. Is there a reference of the Strays? I feel like I've seen it before. Atanashi, I don't know if you're here, but like I would love to make her like a cute little drawing. I drew something for someone the other day and I'm like, I miss drawing. I still drew something for myself. Like my mug I made the art for. And I would really love to make her something because she's been a really great friend. Ooh, you're gonna do another guitar cover? Oh, I didn't even know you played guitar. That's cool, Needler. Ember Supremacy? I believe. Yes, indeed. Okay, I'm gonna try to get a reference of the Strays, and I think that would be a really, really cute birthday gift. Now I gotta ask him what day exactly and the time. And if you guys are doing anything similar to how the people did for Kirsha, I think that would be really cool. To even record a little video for her too. So, alright. Gremlin is scheming in her brain, but she's also gonna get off because it's late. So, thank you guys for your time today. Appreciate the raid, and I hope that you take care. We will be planning a collab with Ember. Thank you for all your support on Kick. Superlink, thank you for the 500 kicks. Thank you, Drowner, for the 5 gifted. I didn't see that. Thank you so much, guys. Really means a lot. I'm gonna figure out who to raid out to in a second here, so let's hold on. And every time that we raid out, we say bean raid, bean raid, bean raid. I will go ahead and raid out to Nyanis on... Oh wow, it's raid now on Kick instead of host. Great! We're gonna raid out to Nyanis on Kick, and then on Twitch we're gonna raid out to... Let's see. Tempted to raid out to Cha-Cha, but I don't think she knows me, so I don't know if it would be weird. Also, I don't want to throw us into anything. Not that she's like sus or anything, but just, if there's anything crazy going on, I don't know if it would be a good drop. But alright, we'll do it. We'll raid into Cha-Cha. Alright, Cha-Cha, your mom on Twitch, and we're gonna raid out to Nyanas on Kick. God bless you guys. Thank you so much for your time today. I will be back tomorrow to react. I think we're doing a Caleb Hammer react tomorrow. So, really excited. I will see you guys then. Take care, and make sure to stretch, get some water, get some food. And, yeah. Bye, Beans. Bye, Strays. Love you guys.